will be now a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please take your seats. Honorable members, I have been informed that the Whippery has agreed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice. Before I ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day, I'd like to address you, honorable members. I have in the previous weeks observed with concern the deterioration of the language used in this House. I could not help but observe that the language used by members was increasingly falling foul of the accepted parliamentary language. Some bordered on pure intimidation and threats. Others border on naked racism and disrespect. Although the debates may be robust, honorable members, and members are allowed to heckle, the language must remain within the bounds of acceptable parliamentary practices and conventions. Freedom of speech is one of the revered privileges accorded to members of parliaments the world over. This is to allow members to freely express their views and represent to the best of their abilities their constituencies without interference or hindrance from outside bodies. This privilege belongs to both the individual members and a collective body of members. So important is this privilege that it may only be limited by the rules. To my mind, members of this House have adopted the rules that limit the exercise of this privilege. These rules need to be adhered to. Defy them, the House descends into disorder. Defy them, the officer presiding is entitled by the rules to mete out a penalty provided for by the rules. It is therefore concerning to hear members use language and words with pejorative meaning against each other in the name of the freedom of speech. Words such as, and I quote, "There is a smell of alcohol in the House." Such was uttered by Honorable Koni on the 7th of June 2017 during a debate on social development, suggesting that maybe members were not so sober. "You stay in a house full of dog fur." These were the words uttered by the Minister of Social Development on the same date, which suggests that a member or members is dirty or stays in an unhygienic condition. Threats of assault issued by Honorable Mampuru to Honorable Mpambo Sibukwan on the same day, and by Honorable Mtetwa on the 8th of June during the Public Service and Administration debate, are clearly intended, honorable members, to intimidate others in the performance of their constitutional functions. The words such as "this white man," "a racist white person who hijacked the struggle," uttered by the Honorable Mokwili referring to Honorable Dibia, are clearly intended to impair the dignity of a member and are inconsistent with every democratic tenet that this House stands for. The belittling words such as "sis," uttered by the Honorable Smith on the 13th of June 2017 during the debates on rural development and land reform, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries, are intended to impair on the dignity of members. Phrases like, "you have no balls," uttered by the Honorable Koni during the same debate are clearly not in consonance with the decorum and the dignity of this House. Honorable members, I have deliberately taken time on this matter merely because I think it is important that we attach the privilege that we are given of freedom of speech to the decorum of this House. I expect no less from the members of this House. I expect that your constituencies are watching and worried about what we are descending to. Honorable members will notice that I am making a general statement, and I am appealing to you. The rules of the debates must be allowed. You are entitled. You can heckle, but please don't take us to where we do not want to go, honorable members. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now call on the Secretary to read the first order of the day. Secretary.
Policy debate on budget vote number 28, Labour Appropriation Bill, Bill 5 of 2017.
Thank you. I have the honor to invite the Honorable Minister, Minister Oliphant.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, honorable members, let me say all protocol observed. Good afternoon. I stand before you in the year of President O.R. Tambo, a great and selfless leader, a visionary, a patriot, a great freedom fighter who led his people to freedom, celebrate the principles and the ideology he espoused, hail his relentless leadership which led to the demise of the apartheid regime, and inspire young people as they are our future leaders. Through the 2009 and 2014 ANC election manifestos, we were given many assignments to carry out. One of them was to change the labor market policy environment and to create conditions for social justice to flourish in the world of work and by extension, the society at large. We understand that workers are first and foremost the oxygen of socio-economic well-being of any society. In a society where the large proportion of the economically active population is unemployed, it is guaranteed that poverty becomes the uninvited guest. Likewise, in a community where employment is relatively okay, but without the key pillars of decent work, you are likely to end up with the working poor phenomenon. Honorable Chairperson, I submit that all what we have done and continue to do in the labor market policy space is making a contribution in order to achieve the desired outcomes. We are convinced that this will bring us closer to the aspirations espoused in the Freedom Charter and almost in all international conventions. Honorable Chair, turning to the key highlights of our achievements since we last appeared before this august House, the list of our achievements in the labor policy space is very long, so please allow me to touch base on but a few of them. The recent conclusion of an agreement on the modalities of introducing a national minimum wage in South Africa represents a major breakthrough for our country. In fact, it concludes all the Freedom Charter demands under the theme, there shall be work and security. Today, we can proudly say that the Freedom Charter mission under this theme has been accomplished. We have already commenced the internal processes of introducing the enabling legislative amendments to give effect to this accord. Let me thank our President for having assigned us this task and the Deputy President for his leadership in delivering this milestone achievement. I also want to extend my deepest gratitude to our social partners for their stamina in staying the course. The Unemployment Insurance Fund remains one of the most timely social security intervention ever imagined. Our G20 counterparts, Germany in particular, has shown a keen interest in the constructs of this fund. It sets the benchmark of what is possible not only in the developing countries, but also in the developed world as well. It is precisely for this reason that the fund has attracted envy and undue criticism for what it has become. It has surpassed all expectations in providing social security safety nets for workers in times of distress. It has also assumed a visible role as a catalyst in the economic development space. On the other hand, the Compensation Fund has put in place an action plan which is beginning to bear fruits. The backlog in claims has been reduced to 60,000 cases, and please take note that this very backlog is because the claims in question are either incomplete or critical documents to determine liability have not been provided, and all the information provided has discrepancies. We have also revisited the organizational structure of the fund in order to improve service delivery, and we intend realigning the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act to support our efforts. The contemplated amendments to COIDA will primarily be administrative in nature, with the only profound amendment being the extension of its coverage to the estimated 1 million domestic workers. Whilst it may not be obvious that domestic workers do need COIDA coverage, just pause and visualize a domestic worker climbing a ladder to clean windows or doubling up with the gardening course. Just think about the chemicals they use in our kitchens and bathrooms and the potential health risks they are exposed to. And based on these considerations, I'm convinced that this amendment in particular is necessary and it's long overdue. Honorable members, the Department of Labor is not a bystander in the national efforts to create employment opportunities for our people. We are deeply involved in employment enabling initiatives. For instance, the department has signed 30 MOUs with TVET colleges in all 9 provinces in South Africa. And the more details of these colleges and their exact location can be made available in the select committee. This is done to train UIF beneficiaries in order to fast-track their re-entry back into the labor market. The UIF contributes 1.8 million rand per TVET college, which includes stipends for learners for this initiative. Learners are trained in various skills with a special focus on those that carry the promise of absorbing them in the labor market, including those that have the option of starting their own businesses if they so choose. Recently, I attended a graduation ceremony in Hammersdale where learners obtained their qualification on various civil engineering and construction skills. Not only were they excited about receiving certificate, but they were also bragging about how this initiative has changed their lives and the families they come from. They showcased various community projects that they worked on, including a house of a local priest that they built from the scratch. The priest admitted that at first he doubted if those young boys, and particularly the girls, were capable of doing what they did, but he was pleasantly surprised when they handed over a complete house to him. Whilst their prospects of getting jobs are significantly enhanced, some of them were already absorbed in the RDP projects. What was even more satisfying was that a couple of them were already running their own businesses in the area. We also took 100 learners drawn from various provinces on a scuba divers training program, and it is pleasing to note that 41 of them are already been placed on work-integrated learning opportunities within various organizations in the diving industry. A further 15 of them are earmarked for the work-integrated learning within the South African National Defence Force, and 41 are waiting for integration within South African police services. You will agree with me that the myth that black can't swim is not true, but it is more about being given a fair chance to learn. Another classical case of stereotyping relates to the aviation industry. We took a group of 20 learners onto the pilot training program. These are largely young people in this country, and I'm very pleased that today they have less than 6 months left to complete their training. The pilot training schools has also secured an endorsement from SA Express to assist these learners to accumulate flying hours that are necessary for them to be employable by the commercial airlines. As an aside on how confident these learners are, some went on a flight joyride without permission from the school, and as a result, they were expelled from the program when they got back. These learners took R. Kelly literally when he sang, "I believe I can fly." Indeed, they could fly. The Compensation Fund, in partnership with the South African Association of Chartered Accountants, launched a joint pilot program to train 100 young people on skills that are considered scarce but in demand not only in South Africa but globally. The program targets young people that would ordinarily not qualify for NSFAS nor secure loans from the financial institutions. These are often referred as the missing middle. Since this was the first intake on this pilot, the learners were recruited from the department's job seekers database, and as such, participants may not be representative of all provinces. However, in the next intake, equitable provincial spread of candidates will be observed. The first intake of 100 learners have commenced their studies in different skills disciplines as follows: 20 medical doctors, 20 nurses, 35 occupational therapists, 20 medical orthotists and prosthetics, and 5 actuaries. We intend to absorb most of these learners on completion of their training, as these are the skills that we also need in the Compensation Fund. Last year, we said we're going to play a visible role in providing much-needed enterprising development training in cooperative and support of the distressed company, and already Productivity SA has started that process. We also made a commitment to strengthen inspection and enforcement in 2016-17 financial year, and the Deputy Minister will provide full details in this regard. Honorable Chairperson, let me now turn to the myth that continue to do rounds in the public domain, and that is the Department of Labor. All the funds are sitting on billions of rands which are not invested in the economy. The Unemployment Insurance Fund has accumulated a surplus of 130 billion rand as at February 2017. And the Compensation Fund, on the other hand, has accumulated 57 billion rand in the same period. And I think we must applaud the funds because they have done very well. And I must say this money is not for the department, but it's for the workers. Honorable Chair, if these funds were not investing, we were not going to have this opportunity of dealing away with the load shedding. So the investment was part of the ESCOM and Medupi. Honorable Chair, in May 2016, South Africa was nominated and elected unanimously by 187 member states of the International Labour Organization as the president. And I also want to say the Director General of the Department of Labor was also appointed as the chairperson of the Credentials Committee of the entire conference. The recent United Nations on the Status of Women acknowledged that South Africa was ahead of most countries in terms of equality policies and tools. China will pass the chair of BRICS to South Africa when it meets in September 2017, and also SADC as well will pass that to South Africa, and we count on your support in making these important events. Honorable Chair, therefore, I will not dwell much on the details on what is in the strategic plan and also on what we are going to do in the next financial year, but let me just highlight that We have identified the areas that will be improving performance of our operations, continuing to strengthen inspection and enforcement, and also to promulgate Section 53 and Chapter 2 and 3 of the Employment Equity Act, and submit the legislation that will be dealing with the implementation of the national minimum wage. And also we note our budget allocation was again reduced in real terms this time around. However, we will have to learn to do more. Honorable Chair, allow me to thank the Deputy Minister Inkosi Phathekile Holomisa for his unwavering support. Also extend my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Select Committee of Labour for their continued support and guidance in executing our work. Let me also extend my gratitude to our social partners for always being there when we need them, and to the Director General of the Department of Labour and his team for their support, including the Provincial Chief Directors General for leading the provincial structures in all provinces. And I here table the 2017 budget for the Department of Labour for your consideration. And I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Khai.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Minister of Labour, Honorable Deputy Minister, Delizinda, Honorable members and special delegates, Director General of Department of Labour, distinguished guests, fellow South African. We are debating the Department of Labour's budget when we are faced with enormous economic challenges in our country and the world. Globally, there are many factors that contribute to the uncertainty and volatility in the economies of countries, particularly some of our biggest trading partners, the European Union in the aftermath of Brexit and the refugees crisis, North America in the light of recent political developments, and our own continent of Africa, which is also experiencing the aftershocks of the commodity price bust and its own fair share of political instability. People who always bear the brunt of these events economically are the working people of the world. Workers in many African countries are fleeing conflict zones and poverty and take risks to become economic and political migrants in Europe and the Middle East. They face drowning in the seas, criminal gangs who traffic young girls, and xenophobia. Millions of workers see their income dwindle and their job security and life savings threatened. Governments react to these events in varying ways, but the one response that seems to be favored by the global capitalist class is applying austerity measures which hurt working families and the poor. South Africa is likely to find itself under tremendous pressure in the aftermath of the recent credit downgrades. The latest official unemployment rate, which is 27.7% and 34.4% in real terms of the expanded definition, and the reported decline in investor confidence, which has slumped in the second quarter of this year to levels last seen in the fourth quarter of 2009. Business sentiment has improved as recently as March 2017, and the rand was performing better than 31 currencies of economic of similar size. Now, companies are likely to lay off workers that are deemed non-essentials to their operations, while others are not hiring as much as we would like in order to absorb the new entrants in the job market. We are proud that our ANC government has not brought wholesale into the fiscal austerity menu of solution, as some of our detractors would like us to. Research has shown that in countries where austerity measures have been implemented from 2001 to 2013 in response to the global economic crisis, such as Greece, Spain, and UK, economic growth has been negatively affected. Austerity measures have involved massive spending cuts in social programs and workplace restructuring in these countries, thus making the working class pay for the reckless practices of the markets. The negative economic indicators above will certainly put a lot of pressure on our government, particularly the Department of Labor and entities, to respond to the challenges faced by both workers and employers. Despite the reduced budget in real terms, which is of 3.065 billion, to expand through four programs in the 2017-2018 financial year. The department has shown that it has the necessary capacity to deliver on its mandate, which is to regulate the labor market through policies and programs in consultation with the social partners. In line with the MTSF, the department is focusing on establishing minimum working conditions, safe work environments, and fair labor practices, supporting work seekers and regulating workplace. The labor centers of department have stepped up their visit to workplaces to do inspections and to ensure that employers comply with our country's labor laws. We are encouraged by the Blitz inspection program targeting the private security sector in Mpumalanga province in the week of the 19th to the 23rd of June 2017. These visits are critical in times like these, when some employers might want to tamper with the rights of workers for which we wage struggle over many decades. Government must send a strong message to workers' rights, that workers' rights are human rights as well, and we will defend them. On the issue of the national minimum wage, which the minister has alluded to, the social partners have played a significant role in supporting our government's commitment to the agenda of creating more jobs, decent work, and sustainable livelihood for inclusive growth. The signing of the National Minimum Wage Agreement in February by the overwhelming majority of social partners, including most of the trade union federation, was one of the finest achievements of the democratic government and our people. This agreement was signed after extensive consultation at NEDLAC. It demonstrated once again the capacity of the South Africans to see beyond their narrow sectarian interests in order to advance our collective national interest. The Department of Labor in this financial year will focus on tabling the necessary amendments to the Labor Relations and Basic Conditions of Employment Act in order to provide the legislative framework for the implementation of the National Minimum Wage Agreement. Some of our detractors have argued that 3.5 minimum wage for workers working a 40-hour week is not a living wage, while some conservative parties have argued that it will lead to massive job losses. We acknowledge that the national minimum wage is the only beginning of our journey towards a living wage. However, this public posturing is insensitive to the workers and their family, who stand to be lifted out of abject poverty. This lack of sensitivity is even more troubling when one considers that it comes from labor aristocrats and politicians who earn good salaries and benefits. To illustrate the positive impact of this agreement, National Treasury estimates that as many as 47% or 4.6 million of workers who depend on the ministerial sectoral determination will receive significant wage increases as from the 1st of May 2018. The national minimum wage, which is a floor below which no worker may be paid, will meaningfully improve the lives of these workers and begin to address the challenges of wage inequality. On the issue of the employment equity, the department has to tackle the issue that threatens to undermine social cohesion in our country. The reluctance by some private sector employers to comply with the Employment Equity Act. The research of the Department of Labor has revealed that 68% of management positions are still held by white employees, while African employees occupy only 14.4% of managerial positions in South Africa. In response to this crisis, the department has proposed additional penalties to the already existing funds of between 1.5 million or 2% of annual turnover and up to 2.7 million or 10% of annual turnover that the Act has set. Perhaps the department must consider even harsher measures to compel these employers to comply with the laws of our country and to contribute to the National Reconciliation Project, which is still imperative to social cohesion. It is important for those who are skeptical about the progressive policies of the ANC government to sometimes consider the international situation. For example, in the United States of America, the richest country in the world, workers do not enjoy some of the benefits we take for granted, such as paid maternity leave, equal pay for men and women, etc. There is still a struggle in that country to have legislation that guarantees paid sick leave. The labor share of the national income in most of the developed countries has declined from the late 1970s to the present century. This was triggered by neoliberalism, otherwise known as Reaganomics or Thatcherism, which is still in vogue within some global governance institutions and developed countries. Neoliberal policies have been accompanied by unprecedented rise in the number of millionaires and billionaires in the world. This suggests that there has been massive dispossession of the working class by capitalists the world over. As part of the broad progressive movement in the world, the ANC, working together with our alliance, will always strive to implement policies that encourage economic equity and social justice. The Department of Labor is a bulwark in this struggle for fairness, equity, and justice, in spite of the enormous challenges we face as a developing nation in Africa. Bearing in mind the struggles waged by workers globally for basic rights such as paid leave and unemployment benefits, we must celebrate the amendments of the Unemployment Insurance Act. The provision of the new Amendments Act includes workers who lose their income due to reduced working time will be able to claim for benefits. The UIF Act makes provision for a worker to claim illness benefits if days of illness are less than 7 days. Maternity benefits will be paid at a fixed rate of 66% of earnings. The period for which workers will be able to draw benefits has also been increased from 8 months to the whole year. South Africa has been recognized recently by the United Nations Commission on Status of Women that we are ahead of most countries in terms of policies that promote equality and equal pay for equal work of equal value in the labor market. On the compensation fund, the department continues to strive to reduce the backlog in payments of over 560,000 unclaimed benefits in the compensation fund. The difficulty of identifying beneficiaries is aggravated by the fact that about 500,000 of these former mine workers who cannot easily be verified owing to the poor records that were kept by mining companies over decades. A creative solution must be found urgently to address these challenges in order to relieve the suffering of the families of workers who got injured or ill on duty. We are proud that the proposed amendments to the Compensation for Occupation Injuries and Diseases Act will extend its coverage to 1 million domestic workers. The department also funds the training of UIF beneficiaries at TVET colleges so that they are able to seek work or start their own businesses. The Compensation Fund has also entered into a partnership with the South African Association of Chartered Accountants. This partnership is funding the education of 100 young people in critical professions such as various disciplines in medicine and actuarial science professions. One of the country's foremost black-owned healthcare groups, Busamed, has entered into a public-private partnership with the Compensation Fund and opened the world-class hospital and oncology center in the Modern Fontaine, New City in Gauteng. The state-of-the-art tertiary hospital will offer comprehensive healthcare services to communities in and around Modderfontein and will prioritize workers who get injured on duty. Workers in the Free State province have also benefited from the services of rehabilitation facilities located in Velkom, which was funded through the partnership between the Rand Mutual Association and the Compensation Fund. While we know the positive aspect of surpluses of 130 billion and 57 billion that have been accumulated by UIF and compensation fund respectively, there is a need for more investment by these funds in the program that saves jobs and help workers find a path to employment. One such project that is supported by the UIF is Productivity South Africa, which is credited with saving 145,495 jobs and creating 616 new ones since its inception through its turnaround solution programs. The mandate of this project is to provide proactive solutions that aim to retain jobs through sustainment of companies, actively manage retrenchments, prevent a rise in unemployment, and enhance economic growth. In this Youth Month, provinces can look forward to some of the campaigns led by Productivity South Africa. Within the few seconds left, I would like, Minister, as the committee, select committee was not happy that about 64 million was taken from the department. This 64 million was aimed at capacitating the inspection unit of the department. The committee was of the view that with regard to inspection, there should be inspectors that are dedicated for each of the areas that the department is focusing on. There should be inspectors for basic condition of employment act that are only focusing on that. Also, there should be inspectors that are focusing on Employment Equity Act. There should be inspectors that are only dedicated for the occupational health and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The Honorable Mgwebu.
Honorable Chairperson, members and fellow South Africans. Honorable Minister, we welcome the minimum wage. We think it's a positive step and must be appreciated. The 26th US President, Theodore Roosevelt, once said, and I quote, "Do what you can with what you have where you are," close quote. South Africa is in a recession, and that requires that we make hard choices and do all we can to come out of this recession. This requires that government institutions must demonstrate fiscal discipline and that they must achieve that which they are called to achieve, even within their limited resources. This requires prioritization of the needs, and the expenditure must be spent appropriately. In 2015, in the latest annual report, the Department of Labor paid a whopping 13 million on performance bonuses. Yet the Auditor General on performance information had the following findings. One, on inspections and enforcement services. This was the finding. Unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence to support the reasons provided for variance between planned targets and the actual targets achieved. A total of 44% of significantly important targets were not specific. Two, on public employment, the Auditor General made the following finding on performance information. The reported achievement against planned targets of 22% indicators were not reliable when compared to evidence provided by the department. Three, on labor policy and industrial relations, the Auditor General again made the following finding. Information was not verifiable. 23% of targets were not specific as required by the framework for managing program performance information. And again, on the same program, the Auditor General made the following finding. 29% of indicators were not verifiable as the processes and systems that produced the indicators require so. Honorable Chairperson, members and fellow South Africans, the Department of Labor has only 40 occupational health and safety inspectors for the whole country. Why are more staff not recruited instead of paying performance bonuses? If more staff were recruited to do inspections in the workplaces as required, that would go a long way to promote labor peace as problems could be identified and resolved before strike action about occupational health and safety is embarked upon by employees. Honorable Chairperson, currently, forensic assistants in Gauteng are on strike. Bodies of the deceased of our loved ones have continued to pile up as some Gauteng mortuaries as labor action remains unresolved. It is the second time in 6 months the workers of Gauteng Forensic Services have embarked on a strike. The workers are simply demanding better working conditions and equipment required. This strike, Honorable Chairperson, has caused immense trauma, pain and suffering to families who can't lay to rest and bury their loved ones as post-mortems are not done. For instance, the Muslim community had to resort to court orders and seek court interdicts to get the post-mortems done so that they could bury their loved ones as they are required to do so given their faith quickly after the passing on of a family member or a loved one. This is the serious problem the ANC government has caused us. Honorable Chairperson, again, this didn't start in Gauteng. In KZN in Durban, the forensic pathology laboratory assistants were on strike and the provincial department had to get a court interdict to stop the strike. Again, in March 2017, Nehau threatened a strike and it made sure that the department was aware of this, but the Department of Labor didn't intervene. Hence, the strike in KwaZulu-Natal took place. There had to be a court interdict. And the workers, they were complaining amongst many things, the lack of equipment and the working conditions. Of course, and compensation was also the issue. Honorable Chairperson, fellow South Africans, the Department of Labor, when commemorating the Workers' Month in May this year, visited Velcom. And in Velcom, the members or the employees there, amongst the complaints they raised, they emphasized the issue of occupational health and safety. And this is caused by the department not doing its job. And this is another failure of the Department of Labor, as there are no sufficient inspectors to inspect the places of employment to ensure that issues of health and safety are pursued. And therefore, unnecessary strikes that are costly and crippling our economy could have been avoided had the department got its priorities right. Honorable Chairperson, these are the failures of the ANC, and they are all there for all of us to see. As we're sitting here today, we must remember that these issues can be avoided if the department were to do its job and do its job properly and get the priorities right. And therefore, as the DA, we do not support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Mteto. I'm sorry, Mfundisi. Ngongwenya. Yaxolisa Mfundisi. The Honorable Mgwenya. Xolisile Mfundisi.
Can I have my 6 minutes?
You will have it, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. Honorable Chair, while the department is dysfunctional and faces challenges at many levels, which I can speak to, I will be speaking to the fundamental challenges relating to labor in this country. The key challenges facing labor in this country are: 1, half of workers in this country earn less than 3,500 per month. 2, the proposed minimum wage is not enough and has many loopholes. Thirdly, 70 to 75% of the workforce is not unionized. Fourthly, we suffer one of the highest levels of unemployment in the world, particularly youth unemployment. While the EFF called for a national minimum wage of 4,500 in 2012, it is a spit on the face of the majority of South Africans that the ruling party has proposed a minimum wage of 3,500 rand, especially if you consider inflation since 2012. It is a miracle to expect anyone to survive off 3,500 a month in the reactionary economy that we are facing. Can you get good health care and education while still having to pay for food, rent, and transport of 3,500 rand? The answer is no. Is the government providing good health care, education, and other social services? No. So how do we expect people to survive and live in dignity if you make the minimum wage only 3,500 rand? On top of this, Honorable Chair, the reality of this national minimum wage is that those who need it the most, like farm workers, domestic workers, and petrol attendant, it does not apply to them. It is why when we proposed a national minimum wage, we asked that it must cut across all sectors with no exceptions. We are therefore asking that consultation on the national minimum wage be reopened, as the newly formed union, which actually represents workers and not just factions of the ANC, SAFTU, was not involved in the consultations. And since it is a key union with 700,000 members, it must be consulted. We also want to congratulate SAFTU on its launch, but remind them of the 70% of workers who are not unionized and are open to exploitation. We want to ask this government how it plans to enforce this minimum wage when they already can't enforce current labor laws and are decreasing the budget allocated to inspection and enforcement services by 1.6%, with inflation included. Because of the nature of the neoliberal and neo-colonial society we live in, unemployment remains one of the triple threats facing our country. In order to change this, the structure and patterns of ownership need to be changed. The state needs to drive job creation by taking control of strategic sectors of the economy, abolishing the tender systems and increasing state capacity, and by industrializing and diversifying our economy. By taking control of the economy, the government will be able to promote and support industries that are labor intensive and will match our production with our consumption, meaning less imports. The state will also have to subsidize and protect industries, particularly new ones, so the goods produced will be competitive with goods produced in other countries with cheap labor. It was the opening of our markets to goods from countries that had cheaper labor and were subsidized that killed our clothing and textile industry. So we need to protect our industries. By the way, Honorable Khai, di mine tsa Free State di kwetse kaofela ha di sa sebetsa, batho ba dutse hae ha ba sebetse. We are in a junk state, citizens of South Africa. Something must be done. Because the ANC refuses to take these steps and introduce a living minimum wage, we therefore reject this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Mfundisi Mthethwa. You are welcome, sir.
Honorable Chairperson, a lot of progress has been made in efforts of regulating the labor market towards optimal efficiency, reducing inequalities, adherence to labor safety standards, and population dynamic representation in South Africa. For example, government, business, and labor have agreed on the need for a minimum wage, which is expected to be introduced in May 2018, Honorable Member. These honorable members is a watershed victory.
Honorable Mthethwa, please take your seat, sir. Honorable Mukwili, Honorable Mthethwa, please take your seat. Honorable Mukwili.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to check with Honorable Mthethwa that he will take a question.
Honorable Mthethwa, will you take a question? No. No, ma'am. Thank you. Please proceed.
This, honorable members, is a watershed victory that will go a long in reducing income inequalities that have been endemic to a number of subsectors dominated by unskilled labor. However, let me hasten to add that it is only a step in the right direction and not an end in itself, and I sincerely hope that even the department is viewed this giant leap with the same length. The National Economic Development Plan and Labour Council has also agreed on several reforms to provide employers and employees with mechanism to resolve dispute more effectively and minimize the potential for protracted or violent industrial action. The department has also amended the Occupational Health and Safety Act 1993 to introduce compulsory provision such as permitting inspectors to administer fines and allowing employees to leave workplace if conditions are unhealthy or unsafe, in pursuit of creating healthy and safe working environment. The Amendment Act, which is targeted for implementation in the current financial year of 2017-2018, makes provision for health and safety representatives in the service of employers to check for compliance through routine inspection. In the same vein, further progress has been noted with regards to the 2015 Labour Law Amendment, which ambiguously offered improved protection and job security to the most vulnerable workers. However, it is our considered view that a full impact assessment of this legislation still needs to be conducted to determine whether there is credence to the assertion suggesting significant reduction in the number of jobs available. The 2016-2017 financial year has seen much debate regarding increased regulation of strikes. This came because of government in the previous round of amendments to the Labour Relations Act, proposing changes to the provisions regulating strikes, reintroduction compulsory strikes ballots, and increasing powers of the Labour Court to intervene in violent strikes. But these were withdrawn following the parliamentary legislative process in 2015. Similar provisions were, however, the subject of a separate ongoing engagement process at NECLEC. In recognizing the impact of prolonged and violent strike action, the social partners reached an agreement and signed the Declaration on Wage Inequality and Labor Market Instability. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Honorable J.G. Zuma, has over the three previous SONA addresses emphasized the importance of social dialogue and recognized the role of NECLEC and its social partners in jointly contributing to the achievement of inclusive growth in South Africa. NECLEC's contribution to the realization of the National Development Plan objectives required the achievement of consensus of a shared vision and social cooperation to improve the country's socio-economic prospects. It is in this sense that the National Minimum Wage Agreement is seen as a step towards achieving the cooperation and commitment to implement the National Development Plan objectives to stabilizing the labor market in order to boost economic growth The NECLEC has also agreed on several reforms to provide employers and employees with mechanisms to resolve disputes more effectively and minimize the potential for violent industrial action. The department and its entities have received a total of 3 billion for the current financial year. The 2017-2018 budget has increased by 1.7% or 47 million when compared with the 2016-2017 financial year. At program level, we as the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development have been concerned over a 1.6% real decrease in the budget allocated for inspection for enforcement program, and we observe that the same real decline was also recorded in 2016-2017. The concern arises because the department considered such decline in the period of various amendments to a number of pieces of legislation such as the Unemployment Insurance Fund, National Minimum Wage, and another issue is that more training for inspectors is required to ensure satisfactory regulation of the various sectors, employer service sub-programs, which is responsible for, among other things, to register work opportunities, facilitate the employment of foreign national where such skills do not exist in South Africa, overseas placement, etc. These programs also respond to companies in distress, provides a social plan, and regulates private employment agencies. There has been a decrease of 17.3 million for this program. This decrease is concerning given the registration drive of job seekers by the department. According to the department, 500,000 work seekers will be registered on the public employment service data by March 2018, yet the department plans to register only 60,000 work opportunities by 2018. It seems there is more emphasis being put on the registration than placement of work seekers. This may be further confirmed by the decline of employer service sub-program. Overall, Honorable Chairperson, this department is progressing well in transforming the labor market in this country. With these remarks and considering good progress that the department is making, the African National Congress support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Chairperson for Transport and Public Works in the Western Cape, the Honorable Hinana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, our people from all South Africa, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is worrying, Chairperson, that while the majority of the world looks to tackle the pertinent issues such as unemployment and economic growth, our national government is heading in the opposite direction. With the close associates of the President Zuma and the ANC, who continue to live good life, millions of fellow South Africans continue to be left living in extreme poverty, hunger, uneducated, and unemployed. It is common understanding to everyone that the gap between the rich and the poor is ever growing. There has been no strategy to close the gap. Chairperson, corruption and theft in the form of state capture has led to our economic growth already taking a major blow. If it is led by the first citizen of our country, the President, to be corrupt, and we expect the economic growth to happen, we are in a la-la land. When the President...
Honorable Hinana, please take your seat. Honorable Zwani, you are on your feet.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if the honorable member can take a question.
Honorable Hinene, will you take a question?
I'll provide you with my number to send the questions.
He is not willing, ma'am. Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
When the president is publicly said that, aba bathi ngiyantshontsha, ngiyabazi ngibabhekile, abantshontsha, abantshontsha, abantshontsha. We say, President, if you know them, go to the nearest police station and report the stealing, because we can't be a corrupt country because it affects the unemployment that we are talking about today. The South African economy just recently moved into a recession with a reported decrease of 0.7 in GDP during the first quarter of 2017. At a recent briefing on South African economy, finance and trade industry on Tuesday, the Eurometer report points out that South African sovereign status, which was downgraded to the junk status by the credit rating agency Standard and Poor and Fitch in April, will most likely lead to heightened capital outflows, reduced investor confidence, job cuts, and the depreciation of rand. And what is our minister saying? Let the rand fall. We'll pick it up. That is how the ANC government understands the issues. And outside, the people are crying because they need help. What an irresponsible government that we have. Chairperson, as the ANC continues to support President Jacob Zuma and the Guptas, I find it difficult to have faith that the programs initiated by the Minister, Mildred Oliphant budget, will in fact take place or be completed. Honorable members, Minister Oliphant in her budget vote speech mentioned the positives achieved by her department, notably the Unemployment Insurance Fund. Furthermore, she mentioned that they look for reasons to pay benefits to the deserving workers, unlike the norm in some insurance funds where they look for reasons not to pay. Maybe her department deserves a naughty punch for the fact that UF paid out 7.9 million rands to deserving workers. But as a nation, Chairperson, we cannot celebrate anything when we have seen unemployment rise to its highest level over the decades. Under the leadership of the current president and the outgoing president and his cabinet, 900,000 jobs have been lost, yet we continue to witness and experience the ignorance of the president, who stated that he is not too worried about the impact of the downgrade and what it will do on the job losses. Chairperson, our people and most importantly our youth need the jobs, and as the national government slowly directs our economy into an iceberg, the situation for South Africans is increasingly becoming dire. The lost generation continues to suffer as youth unemployment lies over 50%. We are increasingly seeing our youth becoming more discouraged and turning to a life of a crime as a consequence. Having the labor laws in the world, it will not do anything good if the labor laws are not benefiting and protecting the businesses and creating jobs for the unemployed people. It seems that the national government doesn't understand this. Chairperson, honorable member always highlighted the notable successes being made in fellow African countries. One that stands out in particular is Kenya, where 800 jobs were initially created, rising from 30,000 jobs by building a new standard gauge railway line from Mombasa to Nairobi to change travel time from days to just mere hours. Honorable members, our country can do even much better than this. To the people of South African demise, that having instead been subjected to witnessing the money of such projects and initiatives being pocketed by the Zuma faction and company, where the state-owned enterprises such as Metro Rail, Eskom should have been expanded and developed to creating much-needed jobs over the years who have been left in the dark.
Please take your seat. The Chief Whip.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. The honorable member is making a very serious allegation without a substantive motion, Chair. I request you to rule on that.
Honorable Hinana, will you just come back to the point you just made so that I can rule?
Chairperson, I've been making many points. Specifically, which one are you talking about?
The one that, the last point you made, I think it's the point that has the name Zuma included in it.
To the people of South African demise that have instead been subjected to witnessing the money for such projects and initiatives being pocketed by President Zuma and his faction. Is this that one?
That is
or
that one.
else, where the state-owned enterprise such as Metro Rail Eskom should have been expanded and developed, creating much-needed jobs over the years, we have been left in the dark.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Chief Whip, I'm going to let it go as a point in debate. Please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Please continue.
Honorable members, let me warn you and give you this direction. Members of Parliament and ministers may be hypnotized by the presence of Jacob Zuma, but let me warn and give you this understanding that South Africans are not that hypnotized. Saga after saga, bad decision after bad decision keeps being replayed. The people of South Africa are not as blind as the president and his cabinet may think. The recent protest is just a sign of many things to come. Many of those who are part of the labor force mobilized in numbers against the president. If that was not a sign, Mr. Oliphant, then those who are part of the labor force are discontented. Then it is no wonder how you cannot stand and read your budget with the hope that it will be successfully implemented. Chairperson, the recent change in law and policy surrounding the employment of foreigners is merely a short-term solution to addressing the nature of the real problem. Honorable members, national government should be focusing its attention on providing long-term solutions to bridge the skill shortage and business environment and to facilitate the transfer of much-needed skills. Minister Oliphant and her colleagues should surely be creating an environment for business that ensures that the business are indeed able to invest in skills development in the workplace as a means of ensuring that skills are not only transferred, but are also retained. Will you please, Minister, do whatever it takes to sort out the problems, at least for the coming couple of years? I warn you, Minister, and I assure South Africans, that if you don't, then by 2019, the Democratic Alliance will have to clean up the mess created in your department and take over the whole country to the benefit and to the understanding and the happiness of the international investors so that the jobs are created for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Lund.
Good day, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members. I must say I've been counting the debate and I think we've now seen the Minister more in this House than we've seen her in the Select Committee. So it's a pleasure to see you, Honourable Minister. Just over a year ago, we debated the Labour budget vote in this House. And I made a prediction saying that in a few weeks, which was just before the local government election, the electorate will judge this department, this national government, harshly for the lack in the delivering of the mandate. And that's what the voters did. The ANC lost the majority of the metros, and they are well posed to lose a lot more in 2019. Honourable Minister, I don't know if you joked or if you bragged about the learner pilots taking a joyride. That's a serious, serious matter, and in fact, it's unacceptable. And someone in your position should come out a lot harder against this, because it's not just the money that they wasted. It is risking the lives of people by taking a joyride, and it's also throwing away the opportunity that they were given, an opportunity that many other people would love to get. Honorable Mthethwa, when I listened to your speech, I couldn't help but thinking about the Honorable Nyambi, about his quote, but by saying, you know what, it's better to keep quiet than speak up and people know the truth. Honorable Minister, if you didn't know it already, the three biggest issues in this country, it's jobs, and it's jobs. Added to this, that the unemployment rate in South Africa recently increased to 27.7. That is up from the same period last year. Then I want to ask you, let me read you an extract from your own website. The Department of Labor will play a significant role in reducing unemployment, poverty and inequality. Further, the Department of Labor will strive for a labor market which is conducive to investment, economic growth, employment creation, and decent work. How on earth is it possible for you and anyone in this house to stand up here and defend this minister, this department, and this national government, when the basics that you set out for yourselves, you cannot even meet? We are scaring away investors. The economic growth is negligible. The unemployment rate is rising, and the inequality also keeps rising. And the reason for this is simple: a vrot kop. A vrot kop. There is an Afrikaans saying, a vis vrot van die kop af. Well, the head of this ANC fish is rotten, and it is affecting the rest of the fish. Cut off the head. Maybe you will save a bit of your organization. Because what you are doing now is not just negatively affecting your own party, it is affecting the entire country. It is affecting millions and millions of people in this country. So raak ontslaaf van die vrot kop. Because if you do not get rid of the vrot kop, the electorate will throw away the entire fish in 2019. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, once more, holier than thou, Honorable Makwevu. Always holier than thou. Making reference to problems that are brought about when workers are going on strike, a right that was fought for so many years. A man of my color who claims to have grown in a Congress tradition, having a problem with a right that was achieved through blood and sweat. How does that become revolutionary, my learned friend? The right of workers to strike is enshrined in the law of this country. And this right is actually a human right, my learned friend. And you complain going to town, my friend. You complain about the economy that is going down and the economy that is ignorant of the poor. To my surprise, my learned friend, this morning in our committee meeting, it is you who nearly jumped out of your skin.
Honorable Mtimunye, on the point of jumping out, please take your seat. Please take your seat, sir.
Jump on the chair.
Honorable
Thank you,
Julius,
Chairperson.
address me. Address
Honor-
me.
Can,
Honorable Mtimunya,
I'm
take
on
your
your
seat,
chair. Oh, Batu.
please. Honorable Julius, you
Sorry
are
for that,
addressing me.
Chairperson, yes.
Hey.
The members addressing a member directly and not through you, Chairperson. He did it 3 times in consecutive.
That is the point you were raising. Okay. Ndati Mtimunya, just address the member through me. Continue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Julius. Just this morning in our committee, Chair, the organization, the entity of state, the National Empowerment Fund, came to present to the committee. And the mandate, the key mandate of that institution of state is to transform the economy, is broad black economic empowerment. And when they presented the good stories on their success in the committee, guess what happened? I wish the video clip could be shown in this house. What happened of the members of the DA in the committee supported by the EFF? Nearly jumped out of their skins on the issue that talks deeply about changing the structure of the economy of this country. And yet, here, they come grandstand as if they are very interested in this black economic empowerment. These are counter-revolutionaries who will always indicate left in public and turn right in their dark corners.
Honorable Mtimunya, Honorable Mtimunya, please take your seat. Honorable Magwebu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, this is a point of order. The Honorable Mtimunya is misleading the House. This distortion is bringing from the committee does not belong here. It's a distortion. And because I'm misrepresented in terms of the rules, I have a right to, I would ask to be given an opportunity to give clarity, because this whole thing has got a context. We have always argued in the committee in this morning that we are all for BEE, no problems about that, but the issue is how it is being used. It favors certain black elite and the powerful. Don't come and mislead the House here.
Thank you.
You know, for your own convenience.
Thank you.
Incompletely incorrect.
Order, order. Order, order. Honorable Magwebu, you've got every right to feel touched. You are dragging what happened in your committee meeting into this House. I'm going to allow Mtimunya to continue, Honorable, as a point in debate. Continue, sir.
Let me tell you further what happened in the committee. At the end of the meeting, the NEF gave us packages in the form of presents as evidence of production that is coming from the people that are funded by the NEF. Guess what? They all queued to accept those presents. Chairperson, Honorable Ngwenya.
Honorable Mtimunya, please take your seat. Honorable Mokwele.
It must be noted that members of committee are members of committee. Even you, Chair, you gave us PowerPoint. You gave us PowerPoint from your office. It doesn't mean that we are acting left and doing whatever that is right on the other side. We are representing the working class here.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter what we take. We are not in government.
Honorable Mukwili.
As soon as we are in
Honorable, order, please. Honorable members, as long as that gift is below a certain amount, you are free to accept it. If it is over a certain amount, you know you've got to go and declare. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Mtimunya.
Honorable Ngwenya.
Honorable Mtimunya. Please take your seat, sir. I have 2 members on the floor. Yes. I'm going to start with you, Ntate Shabangu. I will come to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed.
It is true that we were given...
I will not have the dialogue, please. Please do not intimidate the honorable member. Please keep.
Thank you, Mayor. It is true that we were given food parcels below 350. and we indicated that we are going to give it to the people that are working for us. We never knew that we were put in trap, but exactly.
Honorable Chabangu, that's not a point of order at all. Honorable Faber. Honorable Faber.
Chairperson, as we are on the point of honesty, etc.
Yes.
Would this honourable member take an honest question and then give me a very honest answer? As we know he can't be
that's
honest,
fine.
I don't think he'll take
Honorable
it.
Mtimunye, will you take any question? That is
Honorable
what the
Faber
member
can
said.
relax in the comfort of his seat, please, Madam Chair.
He is not willing, sir, please.
Yes, as he's not honest.
You could have seen the stampede that nearly happened when those presents were handed out this morning, Chair. Exactly the same what you see here on the points of order. Honorable Ngwenya, the 3,500 rand per month minimum wage is just a start, ma'am. Progressing towards something better. And I don't know where do you get this information that domestic workers and other workers do not qualify for this threshold. I don't know where it comes from, what your source of information is. But may I address you, that is grossly wrong.
Please address her through me. I don't want another point of order on this issue. Please continue, Tate Mtimunye.
Honorable Chair, I will tell you what is actually counter-revolutionary and against the workers. Occupation of land, illegal occupation of land led by the EFF throughout the country is actually counter-revolutionary from where we stand. I will tell you how does it become counter-revolutionary. Because 2 weeks down the line, those workers are evicted there from that land out of a court order. And when they get evicted and they refuse, their shacks get demolished out
Honorable
of a court
Mtimunye,
order.
I've got another member on the floor. Honorable Esak.
Honorable Chairperson, through you, perhaps we can just check with the member on the podium if he's addressing the corruption that he himself is liable for.
What is that a point of order?
Okay, I can.
It's a question.
I can clarify it, ma'am.
No, are you?
Yes, I'd like to ask him a question, ma'am.
Honorable Mtimunye, are you willing to take a question?
No, Chair.
He's not willing to take a question, Honorable Esak. Please take your seat.
I will, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank
Those
you.
poor people who are mainly working class, who are misled to occupying land illegally by the EFF countrywide, they get
Honorable
evicted
Mtimunye,
by the courts.
Honorable Mtimunye.
On a point of order, Chair.
And when they get
Honorable Mtimunye, please take your seat. Honorable Mukwile, on a point of order.
The Speaker, Chair, is misleading the House. We've got evidence of people that occupied land and have residence permits as the EFF. It's not true that people are evicted without being represented. Those that are evicted through court orders, we represent them and we win all those cases, Papa.
Take your seat. We are not debating whether it is legal or illegal to occupy the land. Can we proceed with this debate, please?
It is counter-revolutionary, Madam Chair, to lead poor people to illegally occupy land only to be evicted the next day. And they lose the little they have for themselves. It is grossly counter-revolutionary. Honorable Madam Chair, APSA, the public protector has made finding that APSA has acted illegally in its transaction previously. And that is a matter of public knowledge. To my surprise, my Honorable Makwevu chooses to completely ignore that. And my Honorable Makwevu is so much concerned about corruption. But my surprise is that Honorable Makwevu is concerned about selective corruption. Corruption that happens in government only. What about the corruption that has happened and the public protector has so found? And you are silent. There is deafening silence on my left, Honorable Chair. And why is that? It tells you whose agenda does the DA serve. Honorable Hinana, President Zuma is not a revolution. President Zuma is not a revolution. What we are engaged in is a national democratic revolution to emancipate our people from the bondages of
Don't drown
poverty.
him out.
That is what I think you should focus on.
Honorable Mtimunye, I've got Honorable Faber on the floor. Honorable Faber?
Honourable Chair, on a point of order.
On a point of order, sir.
The last debate I saw was on vote 28 on Labour, and this honourable member is so far off the point, Chairperson.
Sustained, Honorable Mtimunye, please continue. Honorable Mtimunye, take your seat. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Is it parliamentary for a member to call a debating member he's corrupt? Honorable Matsebula just said you are corrupt, you Mtimunye.
Uteni?
He is saying Honorable Mtimunye is corrupt. Honorable Matsebula here.
Okay. No, please. Order. Order. Honorable Matebula, did you say Honorable Mtimunye is corrupt?
No, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable member. No. Order. No. Hlala phansi, Honorable Mukwili. Hlala phansi. Sit. Take your seat. I'm ruling on this one. Honorable order. Honorable Dlamini, you rose on a point of order. I have asked the member says she did not call Honorable Mtimunye corrupt. Now, unless I find it on Hansard, I cannot take this matter any further. Please, I have ruled on this matter, Honorable Mukwili, unless you are coming up with a new point of order. There is no point of saying to Honorable.
I'm just saying to her, she knows that there is a report about Mr. George Mtimunye in Mpumalanga being corrupt, and there are so many issues. It's not like we are making this up if my honorable member said so. So it's something that is there all over.
Honorable members, please allow this House to continue. No, I want to rule on this matter. We are not going to spend the whole day going dilly-dallying here. Honorable members, I am ruling now on the point you are raising, Honorable Mukwili. Honorable Mukwili, if the Honorable Mukwili, don't look at Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini, don't look at her. Honorable members, if you feel that there is a report, corruption, Parliament has two different types of committees which look at stuff. You feel you are so sure of your case, please forward it and take it to where it belongs or let it rest. Please continue, Honorable Mtimunye.
Honorable Chair, I think it's in my right to respond to this one with a given time. I was never charged with any corruption in my life. I never appeared in any court of law. I was never arrested for corruption. And I was never found guilty by any court of law on a charge of corruption. If anybody wants to claim that he or she knows me better than I know myself, be my guest. So Honorable Hinana goes to town, Honorable Chair, about the gap that is widening between the poor and the rich. And he says the government of the day is doing nothing about it. In this country, there's industrial policy, my learned friend. There's also black economic empowerment policy. And many other policies of this government that this government is implementing on a daily basis to try and lift the poor black majority out of the bondages of poverty. And I think you will have accepted the fact that you, with the Western Cape government, are not helping us in that respect. Honorable Lord on the joyride, my friend. These are learner pilots. And being a learner pilot, the risks of being a learner pilot goes with every ride you take as a learner pilot. It cannot only be associated with these few that the minister makes reference to. The risk of flying is upon everybody who takes a flight or bothers on flying a flight.
Honorable Timunye, please take your seat again. Honorable
I just want to
Mukwili.
check whether honorable member is here to attack previous speakers because he must represent the ANC. Tell us what the ANC
Thank you,
says
Honorable
about
Mukwili.
the vote that is here to be debated. Please stop attacking other
Honorable
members.
Mukwili, please take your seat. Honorable members, any honorable member who is debating has every right to get into any other member's speech. Here today, Leah last year, Leah Ling, as long as it is not the future one, because we have a rule against anticipation. Proceed, Honorable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the joyriders that Honorable Lond refers to are aspirant pilots, for heaven's sake. May I inform this House again, Honorable Chair, that the Minister has always submitted an apology to the committee if she was not available to attend. Let me share with you what I heard from one friend of mine who's the professor in one university in Kampala, Uganda. He says Africa is spending billions of rand to attract what is called foreign direct investment. And out of billions of rands that Africa is spending to attract foreign direct investment, only 5% becomes an output of such foreign direct investment. So where does the economies of scale lie? Where do you focus your investment as a correct thinking country? You focus on empowerment of your local economic development so that you promote your own local investors. And without again being negative against the foreign direct investment. And I would have thought that constitutes basics of economics 100, Honorable Chair. I want to thank you, Honorable Chair. We support the budget as the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Deputy Minister, order. Deputy Minister for Labour, Inkosi Patekile Holomisa.
Honorable Chairperson, Ministers, Honorable Members, Senior Officials of the Department of Labour, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. In the words of renowned French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, when the people shall have nothing more to eat, they will eat the rich. Many Nobel laureates in the field of economics also make the point that prosperity within the sea of poverty is not sustainable. In other words, the work of the Department of Labour should be especially defended by the privileged classes in our society. social equity and the pillars of decent work, namely employment creation, social protection, rights at work, and social dialogue, are the instruments we have to employ in order to ensure that all of us move away from poverty and are able to put bread on the table. This should prevent a possible catastrophe of the poor eating the rich, literally. Similarly, if the developmental economists are correct in their assertion that prosperity within the sea of poverty is not sustainable, it should therefore be in the interest of all of us, especially the privileged classes, to support the policies that are pursued by the Department of Labor. Chairperson, lest we forget, the old system of apartheid provided a platform for the super exploitation of workers, which in turn provided a life-supporting system for its racist economy. We know that the racist economy would not have survived without the repressive regime's labor laws and the attendant abundance of cheap labor. It is for that reason that we do not find it at all surprising that for every progressive move we make to make it possible for workers to enjoy the full protection of their human rights through the labor laws, we get opposition from enemies of progress. Some businesses are finding it very difficult to cope with the fact that repressive labor laws are no longer part of our labor market landscape. Some have even gone to the extent of placing the blame for joblessness on our labor laws. But when you ask them exactly what the problem is with these laws, they will often tell you that they make it difficult for them to dismiss workers. Yet I thought curtailing the ease with which to dismiss a worker should be celebrated and not frowned upon, precisely because it is, after all, a traumatic experience that must have been thoroughly processed. Unemployment is possibly the biggest threat to stability in this country, and stability is the mainstay for a viable and sustainable climate for doing business. It is therefore strange that some employers and some members of this House do not realize that paying lip service to job creation is a self-defeating exercise if it is not based on a commitment to the promotion of the rights of workers. Honorable members, some may have forgotten that barely 22 years ago, the South African workers were subjected to the most brutal labor laws on earth. Domestic and farm workers, important as they are in the lives of the people, were not defined as workers. Hence, they enjoyed no protection from the labor laws of the time, let alone having any benefits. Workers were paid slave wages and could be dismissed at a whim without any form of recourse. Bringing change to the pre-1994 labor legislative framework, a system as pervasive and systemic as the state-sanctioned racial discrimination, could not be considered an event as it is a process. The labor relations environment is unavoidable, dynamic, and continues to change. Hence, our labor relations instruments require constant fine-tuning. Honorable Chairperson, turning to our operations and how are we doing? Let me start by pointing out that one of my responsibilities in the department is to play an oversight role in the smooth implementation of the department's strategic and operational objectives to ensure effective and efficient delivery of our services to the public. Honorable members, do allow me to touch, albeit very briefly, on some of the areas that have received special attention. Over the last financial year, the department improved its overall performance to just around 77%. During 2016-2017 financial year, the department was allocated 2.8 billion rand and spent 2.7 billion rand of it. Therefore, in percentage terms, the department spent 97% of its allocated budget. Administration spent 96.7% of its allocation, achieving overall performance of 60%. Inspection and enforcement services spent 92.8% of its allocation, achieving an overall performance of 87%. Public employment services spent 99.8% of its allocation, achieving overall performance of 75%. Labor policy and industrial relations spent 98.3% of its allocation, achieving overall performance of 71%. The Unemployment Insurance Fund achieved an overall performance of 69%. On the other hand, the Compensation Fund has turned the corner and is very much stabilized. Its overall performance of 50% is indeed significant considering where we come from. Already there are significant changes that are in the pipeline that are aimed at ramping up service delivery. The key game changers to improve service delivery that are receiving special attention include, but are not limited to, the introduction of CF filing. The objective of the project is to improve the turnaround time for an employer to register with a compensation fund, to submit return of earnings on time, to process an immediate online payment, and receive the letter of good standing. Introduction of online claims system. The compensation fund implemented a new claims management system in 2014. This has resulted in visible improvements in the fund's service delivery. For the speedy adjudication of claims, the system provides an online platform for employers and medical service providers to submit claims online. Plans are in place to continue to enhance the system with the objective of improving the claims turnaround time. On improving the call center system, a new and improved call center system is in the process of being implemented. The objective is to ensure that inquiries are responded to in the shortest time possible. On realigning the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act to enhance benefits and service delivery, Honorable Chairperson, as the governing party and as the department, we recognize our role of regulating the labor market to ensure the stability and a vibrant economy that yields tangible benefits, including job creation. The progress and commitments that have been presented by the Minister today are testimony to the fact that we are a government of the people, a government that seeks to improve the socio-economic conditions of the people, be it in urban settings, townships, farm dwellings, or far-flung rural areas. In the past 3 years, I witnessed with my own eyes the difficulties that labor centers experienced in meeting public expectations as a result of inadequate human resources, especially at the frontline offices and in our inspectorate and enforcement services. I'm happy to report that the department has since set in motion innovative ways and service delivery initiatives. The installation of self-help, self-service machines, better known as kiosks, in our service points is in full swing. This ensures that our clients do not have to stand in long queues for hours on end in the blistering sun or in inclement weather conditions. While we continue to capacitate the inspectorate with the limited financial resources at our disposal, we have found innovative ways of dealing with the challenges as we do our work. Amongst others, we embarked on focused training programs which seek to assist the labor inspectors in fast-tracking their processes, thereby improving the results. The actions taken by the department in its attempt to strengthen the inspectorate produced positive results for the 2016-2017 financial year. The performance of the unit improved progressively from a dismal percentage of 43% in the financial years 2014-2015, of 67% in 2015-2016, and in a whooping to 87% in 2016-2017. Honorable members, you will recall that last year the minister undertook to deal aggressively with the designated employers found to be flouting the provisions of the Employment Equity Act. The department referred to the Labour Court 192 employers who were non-compliant with the provisions of the law. Interestingly, 19 companies opted for out-of-court settlements amounting to admission of guilt fines of 1.96 million rand. 90 employers who resist change, believing they're having a fighting chance, decided to oppose our court actions. The total value of the 90 cases amounts to 135 million rand. The overall value of the work done by the inspectorate, just in the area of employment equity alone, is 255.45 million rand, against expenditure of 18.5 million rand for only 19 employment equity labor inspectors. Honorable members, the administration program has also shown a significant improvement through the 2016-2017 financial year. There are pockets of excellence within the program, with the Finance Management Unit continuing to make us proud. Once again, the department received an unqualified audit opinion in the 2015-2016 financial year for the 5th consecutive year. We remain confident that the Auditor General's audit report for the 2016-2017 financial year will reveal even more positive results. Honorable Chairperson and members, Public Employment Services, on the other hand, has provided employment counseling to 290,463 work seekers during the 2016-2017 financial year. The counseling service is aimed at preparing our youth for the world of work, as well as preparing work seekers to face the realities of the labor market. In addition, 454,397 persons were registered as work seekers on the database of Employment Services System. During 2016, services were also taken closer to the people through the launch of the self-help service stations I mentioned earlier. More than 22 labor centers were equipped with these during 2016, and a further 14 will be equipped accordingly during 2017. We are indeed serious about playing a meaningful role as a catalyst in the enhancing employability of our people. I am pleased to announce that the department, through the UIF, transferred an amount of 24.4 million rand to Productivity SA to assist in the implementation of the Turnaround Solution Program. The program assisted 49 companies and saved 4,760 jobs in the 2016-2017 financial year. Honorable Chairperson, NEDLEC continues to play a pivotal role in transforming our labor policy framework. We therefore acknowledge that the department would not have achieved the milestones it achieved in the labor policy development space without the commitment and support of NEDLEC. We extend our gratitude to everyone in NEDLEC for their contribution. Honorable Chairperson, this leaves me with one strategic entity of the department, the CCMA. It cannot be disputed by any of the members of this House that the CCMA continues to make us proud with its excellent work and outstanding performance. I submit that it is only those who are not familiar with the labor policy space that will have difficulties in understanding and appreciating what we do. Of course, as an outsider, throwing stones at what we do will be much easier than providing viable alternatives. Whilst we have made demonstrable progress in all our key strategic work streams, we admit that we are not yet where we want to be. With time, we are confident that we shall overcome. I see that my time is up, Chairperson.
Yes, your time is through. Thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on vote number 28. Minister, Deputy Minister, thank you very much. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 29, mineral resources.
I have the pleasure to invite the Honorable Zwane, the Minister of Mineral Resources. Please, your time will record as you start speaking.
Honorable Chairperson and members, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land and Mineral Resources, I welcome the opportunity to present the 2017-18 budget vote for the Department of Mineral Resources to this House. The department has been allocated a budget of 1.7 billion to carry out its mandate in this financial year. Over 900 million of this allocation is transferred to the department's entities who are responsible for work in inter alia research and development, skills development, and beneficiation, to mention but a few. We will ensure the prudent and effective use of these resources in order to deliver to the people of South Africa. Mining has been the mainstay of South African economy, having existed for the past 150 years. There are almost 2,000 operational mines and quarries across the country. It contributes around 7.5% to the GDP and employs an average of 447,292. Estimates of reserves of our minerals tell us that mining will continue to make a meaningful contribution to our economy in 100 years to come. For instance, 96% of known global reserves of platinum group metals, this includes platinum, palladium, and rhodium, 74% of chrome, 80% of manganese, 25% of vanadium, and 11% of gold reserves, to cite but a few, are found in South Africa. It is therefore our considered view that mining is a sunrise industry with immense opportunities. We have the mammoth task of breaking the systemic inequality, poverty, and unemployment seen in our country. And as a Department of Mineral Resources, we will continue to use our policies and legislation to achieve this objective. South Africa's economy remains lopsided, unequal, and non-inclusive.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Faber, you are on your feet.
Yes, thank Chair. I see it's the Minister's inaugural speech, so I don't want to, perhaps, I want to know if I can ask controversial questions. And I'm giving him a chance to rest first because
You
he's going to
can
need it.
ask the minister if the minister is willing to take a question,
Then I would love
but
to know
not
if you
I mean, why do you define it as controversial even before you put it?
Chairperson, from which side you see it might be controversial.
Honorable Minister, are you willing to take a question?
Well, I'm not willing.
He's not willing, sir.
The majority of the people of South Africa, who make up to 90% of its population, remain excluded from the economy. This is a huge detriment to South Africa's socio-economic growth efforts. The need for radical economic transformation is more imperative than ever before because it seeks to redress the institutionalized monopoly of our economy. Economic reforms are needed to ensure broader and inclusive participation to enable the attainment of a far more inclusive and competitive economy.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. The Honorable Mukwele is on her feet.
Maybe I'm a woman, he will take a question. I want
Honorable
to check
Minister,
whether
will you take a
he will
question?
take a question.
Will you take a question, sir?
I'm not willing to take any question until I finish.
He's
Honorable
not
Chair.
willing to take
Or you'll
any
take
question.
after your speech? Sure.
Our primary legislation, the MPRDA, is designed to facilitate easier access to the minerals beneath the soil by the people of South Africa. This piece of legislation is being strengthened in order to ensure that the majority of South Africans benefit from the country's mineral resource sector. We appreciate the work being done in the respective provinces to finalize this critical piece of legislation. The 2017 Mining Charter, which has just been gazetted, is meant to be a catalyst that provides practical expression to our goal of more inclusive economy. We encourage the young people who are the future of this country to embrace the Mining Charter by exploiting the opportunities to be unleashed by this instrument of change. We will be embarking on provincial roadshows in the next 2 weeks to raise awareness and to take the charter to the people. A large volume of the work undertaken by the department and
Honorable
its
Minister,
entities.
please take your seat. Honorable Shabangu,
Chair,
what are you rising on?
I'm asking my homeboy as to whether he will take mine. I think he will take it.
Well, he has one. He is not your homeboy in this house. Two, he has indicated that he is not willing to take any questions until he finishes his speech. So there is no point in asking the Honorable Minister. Please proceed, sir.
A large volume of work undertaken by the department and entities happens in the respective provinces where South Africans interface directly with the regulator. That is where the impact is felt by our people the most. In Mpumalanga, Mintech has trained 300 learners this year in surface mining. These learners came from areas including Umjindi, Emakhazeni, Tembisilehani, and Umkondo municipalities. The entry is also piloting a plant for a passive biological treatment of acid mine drainage, which will be located at Emalahleni. It is envisaged that the process can be used for low-cost water treatment after mine closure. A similar test has been done in Randfontein, where a technology demonstration site is active, targeting the treatment of acid mine drainage and the removal of toxic and radioactive elements such as uranium and heavy metals from the Robertson Lake sediments. The beneficiation of our minerals locally is critical for the growth and sustainability of the sector. This is one of the elements highlighted in the 2017 Mining Charter. In Uppington and Prieska in the Northern Cape, 2 beneficiation centers have been set up, for which technical and marketing support is provided. The center in Uppington has seen a tremendous improvement, with learners coming up with new designs in ceramic and jewelry. The increase in tourist visits to the center has also boosted sales. In Bokoni Bophirima, a process flow sheet has been developed for the recovery of chrome from chrome tailings dams in the Bujanala district. Furthermore, I was invited by the Premier Mahuma Pilu to participate in the provincial villages, townships, and small dorpies economics and entrepreneurship outreach program, which inter alia assists upcoming entrepreneurs to enter the mainstream of the economy of the province. Among the work we are undertaking is the facilitation of unlocking opportunities for the development of mining dumps. This is between companies that are not utilizing their dumps and SMMEs, to assist them to enter into commercial agreements with the mining companies and rework the dumps to realize economic benefits. The procurement elements of the 2017 Mining Charter also support the need for mining companies to procure from black-owned companies, youth-owned and women-owned companies, to facilitate increased economic participation of the marginalized groups in the mainstream economy. This will result in the localization of supply chains and the revitalization and growth of SMMEs in township and rural enterprises, which is part of the 9-point plan by government to grow the economy. Rehabilitation of derelict and ownerless mines is ongoing. A total of 45 sites were rehabilitated, which includes Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal in the previous financial year. As we put more focus on rehabilitation going forward, we have partnered with the Department of Public Works to ensure that the rehabilitation of sites provides work opportunities through the expanded Public Works program. We have been allocated 3.1 million for this program over the MTF. Each mining right we issue contributes positively towards the people's livelihoods. In the Free State, for an example, projects including road construction, school infrastructure, and manufacturing of protective clothing will be rolled out in the current financial year. In Beaufort West, in the Western Cape, the Council for Geoscience and Petroleum Agency will be drilling 3 vertical shallow holes to assess the groundwater levels and movement. This is part of government's scientific program to assess the potential of shale gas development in the country. The Eastern Cape has played an important role in the mining sector. a role which dates back to the discovery of gold in the late 19th century, when mining companies began to recruit from this area. Fathers and sons left their families with the aim of providing a better life for their families. Although they contributed through their hard labor towards the development of Gauteng, the majority still live in abject poverty. Through the legislative framework, we are creating an environment that ensures that this area, as a labor-sending area, benefits from our country's mineral wealth. In line with commitments made through the social and labor plans, mining companies have implemented projects in a number of municipalities that will include Amatole District Municipality, Chris Hani District Municipality, and OR Tambo District Municipality. We must continue to intensify efforts to improve conditions in this province. Honorable members, as we have demonstrated, the work that lies ahead will be demanding, but we believe that with your support, we will be equal to the task. As I conclude, I wish to thank the Select Committee for the oversight role it plays, which ensures that we continue to pay attention to critical areas across the country. I wish to thank the Deputy Minister, Comrade Godfrey Oliphant, the Director General Advocate Thabo Mokoena, and all staff in the department for ensuring that we continue to deliver on our mandate to the people of South Africa. I am confident that we have the support of this House in passing the budget for 2017-18, and that will together continue to move the mining industry forward and ensure that the people of South Africa indeed benefit from the wealth beneath our soil. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Nita. He has left. Honorable Mukwili, please take your seat. The Honorable Minister said he was not prepared to take any question until he had finished. He has finished. And no, he can't take a question from the floor. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Honorable Nita.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me start by saying on behalf of the African National Congress, we support the budget vote. Over the 61 years ago,
Mike, please.
Over the 61 years ago, the people of South Africa gathered in Kliptown, Soweto, to define a South Africa of the future. The gathering culminated to the adoption of the Freedom Charter, a document which the African National Congress adopted as a policy foundation for its struggle for the liberation. The Freedom Charter is one of the, in its one of the clauses provides to provide that the people shall share in the country's wealth. This clause indicates that mineral wealth beneath the soil shall transform to the ownership of the people as a whole. Deriving from the perception of from the prescription of the Freedom Charter, ready to govern, of the ANC, further outlined as part of policy orientation of the envisaged democratic South Africa, that the democratic government will structure the South African economy on the basis of the new comprehensive sustainable growth and developmental strategy in all the sectors of the economy, by ensuring mineral beneficiation and the creation of a world-class mining and mineral processing capital goods industry. The consistency of the African National Congress policy position that the mineral wealth beneath the soil is the national heritage of South Africans was at the center of the ANC manifesto for 2014 elections, which the overwhelming majority of South Africans have voted for. The manifesto seeks to identify strategic mineral to achieve the national imperative of industrialization and local beneficiation. The manifesto also outlined the need for the state-owned mining companies to ensure that it captures a share of mineral resources rents and equity and contribute to the integrated value chain in the sector. The Department of Mineral Resources derives its mandate from the Constitution of the Republic and other government legislation. One of the legislation framework of the DMR is the Mineral and Petroleum Resource Development Act. The MPRDA, its preamble acknowledged that South African minerals and petroleum resources belong to the nation and that the state is the custodian thereof. The Act also, and its objective, seeks to promote equity access to the national mineral petroleum to all people of South Africa. The other important framework for the transformation of the mining sector is the Mining Charter, whose vision is to facilitate sustainable transformation, growth development of the mining and mineral industry. To advance transformation, the Mining Charter outlined that transformation should focus on ownership of the mining sector, procurement, supplier, and enterprise development. This will be through procurement of South African manufacturing goods services from South African-based companies. It also focuses on employment equity, human resource development, mine community development, sustainable development, human resource development and environmental management, and health and safety performance of the mining sector. Historically, mining has been a contributor to the aggregated output as foreign exchange earner for the economy, as employer, as a generator of the tax revenue. Mining has often been viewed as the locomotive of South Africa's economic development. The South African mining mineral sector has significantly contributed to the development of South Africa's economy, having been established over in more than 150 years. During 2014, mining sector contributed 8% of gross domestic product and employed 2.5% of South Africa's economically active population. South Africa accounts for 96% of known global reserve of platinum group metals, 74% of chrome, 26% of manganese, 26% of vanadium, and 11% of gold reserve. As a leader, producer, and supplier of the range of minerals, the country offers highly competitive investment locomotive, ensuring that it can meet specific trade and investment required of prospective investors and business people, whilst also meet the development needs of the populace. The fact is that minerals are resources which will be depleted with time. Therefore, there is a need to use mining as a foundation for beneficiation, diversification of the economy. The mining sector contributes to the GDP, has been declined over the years, overtaken by the manufacturing services. Some of the contribution factors of the decline are the 2014 labor unrest, particularly in the mining sector industry, platinum, group metal sector, and the latest unrest, which took place from January up to June 2014. South African total mining employment declined by 2% in 2014, mainly due to the retrenchment in the gold and platinum group metal sectors as a result of industrial action and lower commodity price. This period also saw an increase in 7.7% in the remuneration of the mining sector. It is only befitting that South Africa promote the innovation and technical competency in the design and beneficiation of platinum, including platinum jewelries. As part of unlocking skills components, government together with industries need to ensure that young students are attracted into the field and be afforded opportunities that were not previously available for them, especially the manufacturing of jewelry using platinum. There is a need to stimulate market demand in platinum jewelry by both government and local jewelry industry in order to create local skills and job creation in the country. Therefore, the development of the platinum downstream value chain sector in South Africa, as advocated by the legislation, has an immense economic potential, as it will stimulate business development in the platinum industry related to industries which offers real opportunities to achieve sustainable socio-economic development and reduce poverty. The DMR and its strategic plan has identified emerging impediments which require the department to address. These impediments are the infrastructure limitations, skill shortage, and investment in exploration. The DMR, in collaboration with the government, department, and institution, will continue to promote mineral value addition to strengthen the interface between interactive industrial and national socio-economic development objectives, as outlined in the National Development Plan, and contribute toward decent employment, inclusive growth, and industrialization of South Africa. As part of creating sustainable, decent jobs, government will, during the current administration, expedite the exploration of shale gas in a very responsible manner. Government will continue to optimize minimum community development by ensuring social and labor plans are strengthened and customized to be catalysts in the socio-economic development of both local mining and labor-sending areas. The DMR will continue to implement 2011 Tripartite Summit Action Plan. The action plan includes the eradication of fatalities, injuries, silicosis, noise-induced hearing loss, and the implementation of the National Strategy on TB and HIV and AIDS. The program of mine health and safety is to execute the department's mandate to safeguard the health and safety of mine employees and people affected by mining activities. The 2013-2014 financial year saw improvement of 26% in fatalities, and in 2014-2015 recorded reduction of mine injuries by 14%. The occupational diseases reported by local and global and gold sector reduced by 17% and 15% respectively in 2013-2014. The silicosis, tuberculosis, and silicosis and coal workers' pneumonia.
Honorable Nita, please take your seat. Honorable Mukwele.
Chair, can the member debate not give us a report? Because already that report is being presented to the portfolio committee. Let her debate, please.
Thank you very much. That's not a point of order. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The occupational diseases by coal and gold sector reduced by 17%. And this will be done, all these things, Chair, will be done by 100% review of the certificate of competency model implementation and monitoring to improve the pass rate. In conclusion, Chair, the budget would advance the mandate and strategic plan of the department, which among other things seek to transform the mining sector. This will be done by the development and reviewing relevant legislation. The DMR plans to grant 450 mining rights and permits to historical disadvantaged South Africans. 636 social labor plans verification and inspection, support 240 small and medium micro enterprise and small scale mining. In this year, the DMR intends to monitor and evaluate occupational health program in the mines. The DMR, through Mining Stakeholders Forum, will eradicate illegal mining in Mpumalanga, Free State, Gauteng, Northern Cape, Limpopo in this financial year. Department is planning 147 promotional and awareness activities for local and foreign investment over the medium term to attract investment to grow the economy in order to address challenges of unemployment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Labaskaki.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members and fellow South Africans. For us to debate this department's role and functions, we need to consider some key aspects about mining in South Africa. Mining in South Africa started to take up some optimism as international commodity prices improved. There have been difficulties in running the mines because capital have become increasingly difficult to come by. Mining investors rate South Africa low on the list of a place to invest money due to the downgrade of the economy by rating agencies, poor legislation and administration in this department, and communities are increasingly dissatisfied and angry for being disregarded. What do I mean by this? The mining industry lost 65,000 jobs in the previous 4 years, leaving all those affected families vulnerable and destitute. These job losses were due to the fact that capital investment in mining is half of what it was in 2007 and 31% down on 2013. Further, I will come together. Just listen carefully. Further, I withdraw, Chair. Further, there are tightly imposed Section 54 stoppages that impacted negatively on production and employment. We hope the court's finding on this will improve the situation in future. Now, through you, Chair, will the Honourable Member just listen. The South African Mineral Resources Administration Database, SAMRAT, is an electronic registry in this department to provide the geographical coordinates applying to each right, the kind of products being explored for or mined, and the owners of the companies that requested these rights. What is important here is that this information should be open to public consultation by everyone. Sadly, this is not the case, and I can't tell you the names because it is not working. If this was true, this is not working in this department, so ask the minister when it will work and when he will see it as a priority for funding. If this was working, the Aquila court case could possibly have been prevented. The mandate of this department and the industry is based on legislation. It is a common fact that the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill is currently in process in the NCOP. The President sent this bill back early in 2014 based on substantive issues which is viewed as unconstitutional as well as a lack of public participation. Currently, issues such as the introduction of new changes in the process, inclusion of the mining charter, and the definition of communities and their involvement are widely debated, and two organizations already indicated that they will challenge this bill in court again. This results in a credibility problem, as possible investors are questioning South Africa's ability to get a new mining law in place after introducing it more than 4 years ago. Honourable Chair, Minister Zwane was appointed as the Minister in this department during the overnight Cabinet reshuffle in March 2017. The Department of Mineral Resources' purpose is to promote the minerals and mining sector for the transformation, growth and development and ensure that all South Africans derive sustainable benefit from the country's mineral wealth. Honourable Chair, I would like to ask what does transformation actually means for this Minister. Our first recognition of Minister Zwane's commitment to transformation, growth and development was when he ensured that an obscure Gupta-affiliated company, Estina, got a 4,400 hectare Free State farm and 114 million rand funding for it. This was back in June 2012 in his capacity as the MEC in the Free State. Honourable Chair, through you, Honourable Delamini will support him because of her journey to Disney World. For his generosity to all the people of the country, the Guptas awarded him with a trip to India, which he failed to declare. The first thing, fellow South Africans, the first thing he will be remembered for as Minister of Mineral Resources is version 3 of the Mining Charter released on 15 June 2017. Version 3 of the Mining Charter will enable only 8% of ownership into the hands of mine workers under Minister Zwane's proposal. This proposal is also trying to convince the National Union of Mine Workers, NUM, that this charter trumps state capture and a declining mining industry. Further, the BEE sector is currently perpetually short of cash, especially for prospecting. This means that the requirement announcement by the Minister calling for prospecting rights to be 50% plus 1 BEE inclusive will result in the collapse of prospecting or will open it up to only the few connected like the Guptas. Version 3 of the Mining Charter seeks to transform policy with the aim to benefit the already empowered and politically connected elitists group to benefit even more. Instead of enriching cronies and insiders, the DA would rather support share schemes for mines which are structured to benefit workers and which are economically viable. Honourable Chair, the future 2019 DA-led government will ensure equality, credibility and investor confidence. Don't get so afraid, through diversifying the mining sector and bring mine workers into mining schemes. We will demonstrate our commitment to development and growth in making it easier and cheaper to mine, and in doing so, ensure more jobs for our nation. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honourable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was, and I am. The Minister of Mineral Resources, Honourable M.J. Zwane, the Honourable Deputy Minister Godfrey Oliphant, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Mineral Resources, who's unfortunately unwell and not here, Honourable Sofako, Honourable members, fellow South Africans. It's indeed a pleasure and honour for me to participate in the debate on the Mineral Resources Budget Vote 29. Chairperson, this year we honour one of the greatest stalwarts of our movement, Comrade Oliver Regional Tambo. It is benefiting, therefore, that we dedicate our collective efforts even more to realizing our vision for South Africa.
Honourable Singh, please take your seat. Honourable Faber, you are on your feet.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would just like to know if Mr. Singh would take a question, please.
Honourable Singh, will you take a question?
Chairperson, when I'm finished with my speech, if I've got time.
He won't say, please take your seat. Continue, Honourable Singh.
It is befitting, therefore, that we dedicate our collective efforts even more to realizing our vision for South Africa. Black and white shall live and work together as equals in conditions of peace and prosperity. Transforming Transformation of South African economy will be
Honorable
achieved
Singh.
once all South Africans.
Honorable Singh, please take your seat. Honorable Mukwele.
Chair, on a point of order,
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Singh is misleading the country by saying we have Comrade Oliphant Tambo. We don't have such a person. We have Comrade Oliver Tambo. Let me teach you
Point
the
taken, ma'am.
history of your organization.
Honorable Singh, you are duly corrected. Please proceed.
Chair, I corrected that immediately.
Please proceed.
Transformation of the South African economy will be achieved once all South Africans share in the wealth beneath our soil. Chairperson, this debate on mineral resources is so relevant of the wealth that is beneath our soil. Chairperson, the budget of 1.77 billion in the 2017-2018 financial year allocated to this department, the African National Congress supports this budget vote. Chairperson, the department's work is to undertake research and development, skills development, beneficiation, and rehabilitation of mines. Mining will always continue to play a key role in our economy for the benefit of all South Africans. We need to engage with South Africans, particularly women and youth, as the youth are the future industrialists in this country. Chairperson, women and youth groups are marginalized from the mining sector. Women in particular can play a vital role as suppliers to the mining companies. We encourage stakeholders to continue in the manner that they are holding wage negotiations. These early negotiations can avoid strikes and loss of work time. Chairperson, on the subject of shale gas mining shall be conducted with a careful and consideration of the environment and the communities surrounding the mining. As part of assessing for the shale gas, after conducting the scientific program, we will attach new investments to shale gas and broader upstream petroleum sector. Chairperson, it is very important of the progress as communities should always be considered on taking along and engage with communities and stakeholders where shale gas is being mined. It is important that health and safety issues are adhered to whilst mining this shale gas. I want to compliment the mining houses that have gone for more than 1 year without fatalities. And it is incumbent upon us to ensure that there is stability in the mining industry, as to ensure that there is economic growth, job creation, and sustainability. Mining is one of the key drivers of our economy. So we need to nurture this industry so that the sector gets the maximum benefit from the wealth beneath our soil of our land. Chairperson, there are huge tasks and risk areas not properly funded, particularly in the rehabilitation program of the derelict and ownerless mines and the battle for illegal mining. Illegal mining, Chairperson, by the Zama-Zamas continue to cause social, political, as well as economic concerns. Such activities result in a loss of life of the Zama-Zamas themselves and a significant loss of revenue to this country and the mining sector. Mining without a permit or right is illegal in terms of the MPRDMA, and it is reported widely. Rehabilitation of the derelict and owner's mine, Chairperson, is important. That the rehabilitation program of derelict and ownership and the ownerless mines, together with the concurrent rehabilitation of the existing mines, offer mixed challenges and opportunities to our communities. It is a historic fact that the democratic government inherited a long-standing environmental heritage of neglect of these mines, which spanned over 100 years. As the honorable members are aware, that thousands of derelict and onerous mines sites in our country. This still has vast potential, which are illegally exploited. The rich extracts from these mines are sold to mining companies, to the fat cats, who sell them at the highest bidder and gauge a huge profit illegally. Chairperson, as importantly, in order to avoid any further accumulation of such mining sites, it is vital that we engage our mining companies to implement concurrent rehabilitation practices. This practice will also further enhance job creation opportunities in the mining sector. Chairperson, we need to empower our people of the opportunities that are available in mining. The mining sector has long been a pillar of economic growth and development in South Africa. We need to ensure that the economy of this country stands to benefit the historical disadvantaged majority. We must therefore ensure that there is enough productivity, cooperation among stakeholders in the mining industry to benefit the women and youth who have been marginalized. The organogram of many of the entities reflect the lack of democratic representation in senior management. We appreciate the conscious and planned efforts of entities like Mintech and CGS to train newly technically skilled executives from within and to develop previously disadvantaged groups across the employment spectrum, including women and youth. We want to compliment the department for its performances and hope to improve year by year. We're also looking forward towards the finalization of the review of the Mining Charter, as well as the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, so as to ensure that there is a climate that is conducive, and therefore it is establishment of an environmental policy. Given the development in the recent past in our mining sector, it is clear that we need to place our sustained emphasis on creating an enabling environment along the lines of articulated in the NDP. Chairperson, it is up to us all to join forces and enhance collaboration and cooperation for the benefit of our nation. Our success will need to be driven by the commitment to a constructive use of existing experience to unlock the potential inherent in the concentration natural resources beneath our soil. Chairperson, we are making decisive interventions to ensure increased Black women and youth ownership in participation in the sector in order to sustainably boost the economy's developing impact from mining through better implementation of the social and labor plans. More emphasis is to be placed on the alignment of social and labor plans with the integrated development plan of the local municipalities. Chairperson, the department has already engaged in the alignment and consultation with this social and labor plans project, which must be implemented. Our aim is to work together with communities, women and youth, municipalities and companies to ensure the social and labor plans bring greater benefit to all. Chairperson, in the Northwest Province, where we are part of the effort to bring more upcoming entrepreneurs, we need to include women and children in the upstream economy. We are facilitating the unlocking of opportunities between companies that are utilizing their dumps of SMEs. The SMEs will enter into commercial agreements with the mining companies to rework the dumps to realize economic benefits.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Booty.
Greetings, Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Minister of Mineral Resources, Honorable Mildred Oliphant, all MPs present, and masses of our people in the length and breadth of South Africa. Honorable Minister, as the African National Congress, we want to state it unequivocally that we support your budget vote 29 of the Department of Mineral Resources. It is in this particular period where we commemorate the revolutionary martyrdom of June 16, 1976. Hector Peterson, Tsietsi Mashinini, and many others who have contributed through their sweat and blood in order for us to get this political freedom. We salute them. We further want to state that upon your ascendancy to this mammoth task of leading our country, we are very much inspired that your first move was to consider appointment of the youngest Director General who comes from the rank and file of the youth movement in South Africa, Advocate Thabo Mokoena. It really inspires many young people who are graduates and the intelligentsia of our country. Let me not waste time and hesitate to acknowledge the very fact that your department has managed to bring about stability now that you are developing on the audit report that has already declared that the department has an unqualified audit. We must appreciate that in sustaining the SMMEs in our country, your department has been exemplary in ensuring that SMMEs are paid within 10 or 20 days. It's unprecedented and it is very much luminary to many others who believe in good etiquette in governance.
Honorable Buti, please take your seat. Honorable Mukweli.
Honorable Budi is misleading the country. It's not true that SMMEs are paid within 20 to 30 days. It's not true. We were in the same meeting where that information was told. It's not true. He's misleading the country.
It's a point in debate. You've got a speaker from the EFF who can use the platform to dispute it. I will let him go. But also, just in my memory, I think it is the first time this member addresses this House. Let's accord him that. Please continue, Honorable Buti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Buti, they are not letting you go. Please sit down.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure whether we're debating the youth or whether we're debating SMEs, but I thought it was Labour. So if we can just have clarity, please, Madam Chair.
Ma'am, we are not even in Labour. We are now in the mines. Please proceed, sir. Honorable Mateme, please take your seat, sir. Okay. Honorable Mateme, you're on your feet.
On a point of order, lest we forget, Chair, maiden speeches are not to be interrupted in this House.
Yes, ma'am, I have made that point, honorable members. Honorable Julius, are you contending against the maiden speech?
Chairperson,
yes, sir.
I
Order!
also want us to take note. It's Honorable Mateme's maiden point of order also.
Honorable members, now I'm not sure whether, order members, I'm not sure whether we should celebrate maiden points of orders now. Honorable Booty, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Order, members, order.
Well, Martin Luther King Jr. is proven correct in his assertion that nothing is more dangerous in the world than a sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. There are people who are proving Luther King to be correct. Honorable Chair, let me further acknowledge the very fact that the department has managed to acknowledge that, as we said, we attribute this particular year to the legacy of one of the greatest giants of our struggle, President Oliver Reginald Tambo, who once affirmed that the youth are the future of any nation, and to value the youth is to invest in that particular future. Let me acknowledge that the Department of Mineral Resources has introduced a more revolutionary and sound program that is going to deal with the plight of masses of our people in South Africa. We must acknowledge, Honorable Chairperson, that it is through this particular program that we're going to be able to give 70% of goods to be traded by the BEE-orientated companies. It is through this particular program that we are going to be able to afford 80% of the services to the BEE-orientated companies. It is indeed true that through this particular mining charter, our people will be able to restore their dignity, to restore their integrity. We know that those that will be provoked are those that are hell-bent to defend white monopoly capital privileges. We are not going to retreat or succumb. The mining charter speaks to the demands and the aspirations.
Honorable Booty, please take your seat. Honorable Hutton. Order, members. Order, members. Honorable Mukwili, take your seat. I've got one member on the floor. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to know whether the Speaker would take, in view of what Deputy President Ramaphosa has said, will the Honourable Member take a question on white monopoly capital?
Honorable Booty, are you prepared to take a question?
Madam Chair, as soon as I'm done with my speech,
He's not prepared to take a question,
I am prepared to take any form of question.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, we're
Mukwili,
not going to be intimidated by any amount of intimidation.
Booty, please don't intimidate me too. Please take your seat. Honorable Mukwili, you are on your feet. It's a point of order, I presume.
No one will intimidate you, Chief. Rest assured.
What is your point of order?
Am I protected, Chair?
You are protected. Your point of order, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
That is out of order, Honorable Mtimunyi. Please continue.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order, I just want to check, but my Honorable Mandela to be, or Mandela Booty, is not willing to take a question because there are so many questions that I want to put to him in terms of that issue of white monopoly capital. Because as the party that he is representing is having two different concepts on that matter. So I wanted to engage with him on the very same matter. But anyway, he's not
it outside. Order, order. Order. I thought we agreed that this is the maiden, Yaha Honorable Booty in the house. Allow him to finish. Honorable Booty. Maiden speeches also are expected. Order! Maiden speeches, Honorable Booty. Honorable Booty.
No, thanks.
Maiden speeches, in order for you not to be heckled, are supposed not to be raising issues which raises other people's heckles too. So please proceed.
Honorable Chair, thanks once again. Let me appreciate the very fact that, yes, we are inspired by the legacy of former President Nelson Mandela, who once clarified us and tried to caution the founders of the EFF. Their own CIC was warned by the former icon, President Mandela, when he said, resentment is like drinking a poison, hoping that it will kill your enemies. Now they have drinking a poison in Europe. They are losing weight gradually and every day. We are worried about the state of their mental health. Honorable Chair, let me further appreciate the fact that through the introduced mining charter, our own masses of our people, the motive forces of our revolution, the workers, the urban and the rural poor, the youth as a strata in the revolution, they will be able.
Honorable Booty, the rules of this House are such that my attempts to protect you is just being derailed. Please take your seat. Honorable Faber.
Chairperson, just on a point of clarity, I want to know the poison that the honourable member are referring to, if it's called Gupta juice.
That's not a point of order. Please continue, Honorable Booty.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, unlike other neighboring states, in South Africa, we have made compromises. We have made a negotiated settlement. We never seized our own minerals and resources through a barrel of a gun. And that is a very human face that South Africa is giving to the world. Now, we are saying through the mining charter, we will be able to implement and entrench a new legacy, a new outlook of the base of our economy. We will be able to have an economy that is shared by those who live in South Africa. One of the assertions that is proposed that a minimum 30% BEE for all mining rights, including 14% for black entrepreneurs and 8% each for employees and mine communities. That on its own, it's the beginning. It's a great leap forward. We are then appealing to the Chamber of Mines to come to its senses and appreciate a very reality that for more than 23 years since our democracy, we have only managed to share 26% in the control of the commanding heights of our economy, especially in the mining. A mere increase of 4%, it's nothing compared to the devastating and deteriorating living conditions of masses of our people in rural and in urban areas. Honorable Minister, we are further inspired by the fact that you have considered that safety is of paramount importance in the mining sector. And we are therefore appealing to all the mining companies that safety is not a solemn responsibility of government. Safety is the responsibility of all of us. It begins in your own house, in your own car, at your own workplace. Therefore, the trend that has manifested itself of mining bosses taking advantage of the workers and putting a blame for all the fatalities in the mines, that must come to an end. We don't want a situation whereby what is called a 3 million days of a free fatal shaft is only a reality in 1 out of 10. We have seen that recently in Tshepong in Odendalsres. A Tshepo mine has celebrated that achievement. We are therefore calling to many other mining houses to consider improving the safety of masses of our people. Honorable Chair, it must be stated categorically that transformation of the economy and the state in which women find themselves within the mining sector, it's very much disturbing. It cannot be correct that very few women are participating in the mining sector, and majority of them are doing a very inferior work. They are just using a spade, but they are called bomalaisha. Very few are participating in the management. We therefore say, Honorable Msebenzi Zwane, you've heeded the call. You have captured the imagination and the aspirations of women and masses of our people on the ground. When you suggest that they too must participate in the management from bottom.
Honorable Budi, ke a leboga Morenaka, nako ya hao e fedile. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Shabangu. Honorable Shabangu.
Chairperson, members, listeners, South Africa at large, let me give my sincere gratitude to women in red in Parliament today. Let me take this opportunity to remind the poet that has just descended the stage that in a big book, the Bible, it is written that faith divorced from deeds is lifeless as a corpse. You come here, you tell us many things that are not happening in Free State. In Free State, the mines are closed as I'm speaking to you. But you come and tell us that whatever and ever and ever. The Guptas. Honorable Chairperson, a trade union organizer, Solisach, made a remarkable observation in 1952, an observation that must remind us why the mineral resources budget vote is not only important, but central to South African economy. 65 years ago, Soli said, it is abundantly clear to anyone who has the welfare of South Africa at heart that future of the people and the whole country depends on extensive and intensive industrial development. He continued to say that the mining of precious minerals could serve the interests of the country only as a stimulus for the development of other branches of the national economy. However, the most important observation Soli made is that to place the entire economic life of the country to the selfish and greed interest of the mining companies amount to nothing but an unimaginable catastrophe. The death of more than 437 men in a pit collapse at Coldbrook Colliery, south of Johannesburg in 1960 is but one example. The most recent is the killing of the mine workers in Marikana by the ANC government in collusion with Capita. But we have changed that through the MPRDA when
Honorable
it was enacted in
Shabangu,
2002.
please take your seat, sir. Honorable Mtimunya, and take your hand out of your pocket, sir. Thank you, Mren.
I aspire to be rich one day, Chair.
Okay.
Chairperson, I think the Speaker is misleading the public. he makes the point that the ANC government has killed people in Marikana. No court of law have made that kind of a finding.
Honorable Mtimunya, we have been through that ground before. We have had a court ruling on a similar matter. I'm not going to go there. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam. The preamble and Section 2A of the MPRDA acknowledges that South Africa's mineral and petroleum resources belong to the nation and that the state is the custodian thereof. Not the Guptas. MPRIDA does not only nationalize minerals and petroleum resources, but it goes further. It gave powers to the state to conduct mining instead of just playing a regularly role. We will in future deal with the limited nationalization that believes only the few connected allies through the MPRDA. But for now, what is important to the debate is the fact that there is a clear appreciation that all people of South Africa must share in the wealth of our country. And lastly, unlike the ANC government that agrees to pay apartheid debt when they taking over government in 1993, debt that is now paid by millions of South Africans while it benefited only the few. All people who are owned by any monies by the government must not accept to be paid by the state, but they must go to companies that owe them. But we know that ANC government has lost all legitimacy and is not in a position to implement such a complex program to take forward the mining sector and the economy of our country. It is for this reason that the EFF we object to the mineral resources budget vote and waste of limited state resources in a falling, corrupt, and untransformed sector. And more importantly, we cannot in good faith pass a budget of a department when the MPRDA bill, central legislation to the sector, has been in limbo for well over 5 years without any certainty. Clearly, the refusal to sign the MPRDA bill is a deliberate decision to ensure that sector remains in chaos to permit loot and greed. In conclusion, let me advise the minister, because he's my homeboy. Homo o hodile khutlela hae. O jarisitswe joko e o fetang. O kene ditabeng, o di gupte, o plasi mane batho ba lapa. Therefore, itukisa when we take over re qala ka wena. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The order, the Honorable Scaven.
Thank you. Honorable Chairpersons, Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen.
Order.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson, there hasn't been more grandstanding by the ANC than I have yet to see today. It's really quite astounding. But it comes as no surprise that the Department of Mineral Resources, along with various other national ministries, is at the mercy of a minister who seems hell-bent on opening up his department to looting and corruption the ANC is now infamous for. The proposals made in Mr. Zwane's mining charter under the auspices of radical reform reflect a ministry completely out of touch with the needs of South Africa's mining sector. Even the Chamber of Mines, which represents South Africa's biggest mineral producers, has rejected the charter. The Chamber of Mines President Mkolisi Majojo himself mentioned that although he was included in the drafting of previous charters, he knew nothing of the incredible problematic provisions outlined in the new one. Honourable Chairperson, let me tell you why the new mining charter will be the final nail in the coffin for our minerals economy. Created and adopted in 2002, the Mining Charter, echoed in the then President Thabo Mbeki's State of the Nation address in 2003, states that, and I quote, "Empowerment is defined as a broad-based process and the scorecard approach covering ownership, management, employment equity, skills development, procurement, corporate social responsibility, investment, and enterprise formation in the mining sector." One of the key responsibilities of the Mining Charter was to reform the mining sector, creating a diverse and racially inclusive industry which is still stable and responsibly managed in order to provide security to existing investors and attract prospective ones. Mr. Mbeki's government understood that while the increased black ownership of mines would be the ideal, it was an unrealistic approach considering the very few black South Africans had enough capital to acquire them. A sustainable approach to reform was welcomed. And
Honourable Schaefer, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable
I want to check if the speaker is willing to take a question.
Honourable Schaefer, are
Because
you
it's
willing
very
to take a
wrong
question?
that you say we can't.
She is not willing to
We
take
can't
a question,
access
ma'am.
those minerals
Please
belong
sit
to
down.
us. Chief, you must know.
I'm quoting
Please sit
Mr.
down,
Mbeki's
ma'am.
government. Thank you. A sustainable approach to reform was welcomed, and so the Mining Charter under Mr. Mbeki had always echoed these sentiments, along with those expressed by the Chamber of Mines. The fact that the new Mining Charter wants black ownership to increase from 26% to 30% within a 12-month period is disastrously impractical. Yes, the advent of black ownership within the industry
Order.
is crucial.
Honourable Schaefer, give me. No. Honourable members, what's happening? I mean, I have actually thought I addressed a house full of adults, responsible honourable members, at the beginning of our sitting today. You are degenerating again. You are disrespecting yourselves again. Please. I'm not singling out all of you. Please behave. Honourable Schaefer, please continue.
With the BEE sector perennially short of cash, the reality is that only 8% of ownership will ever make it into the hands of mine workers under Minister Zwane's proposal. This leaves room for crony-connected families, such as the Guptas, to fill the vacuum, essentially ensuring the capture of state resources. Furthermore, if it's upheld, several of the country's biggest mining companies would have to sell new stakes, raising the risk of dilution for existing investors. Even the credit rating agency Fitch has publicly stated that South Africa's downgrade to junk status is vindicated by Minister Zwane's dismissal of the concerns of the mining sector, which he and his department should serve, but have outrightly failed. Honourable Chairperson, agriculture and mining are the only two growing sectors of the economy, sustaining the largest bodies of employed South Africans. Mining itself is responsible for 7% of the country's economic output. We cannot afford to have a ministry overseeing this sector introducing 56 amendments to a bill, which between the department and the NCOP seems to be in legislative limbo. Furthermore, we cannot allow policy uncertainty to erode investor confidence in the sector, especially given the dire economic circumstances in which South Africa now finds itself as a result of complete political failure. Moving to the Western Cape, the DA has rejected yet another problematic legislation proposal just last month. The Mineral Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill was found to be in complete violation of existing legislation and international trade agreements, and is considered an alarmingly unlawful proposal. This bill is in clear conflict of the Interim Protection of Informal Land Rights Act of 1996, which provides for the participation and consent of affected communities. Furthermore, it contravenes both the General Agreement on Tariff and Trade and the ideals of the World Trade Organization, to which South Africa is and remains a signatory. I would love to know exactly how the Department of Mineral Resources expects our mining sector to flourish anywhere in the country if it cannot even effectively draft its own legislation. Honourable Chairperson, the Department of Mineral Resources, under the shaky leadership of Minister Msebenzi Swane, seems to have been or have very clear ulterior motives. Tasked with safeguarding and sustainably developing the exploitation of South Africa's bountiful mineral reserves, it is instead taking our leading economic performer and dividing it up amongst an elite group of ANC-connected officials under the guise of radical economic transformation, a term I have yet to hear one member of the ANC factually explain to the people of South Africa. Mining is arguably the very reason why South Africa, as a bustling multicultural country, exists. And while the ownership and profit of this resource endemic to our land must be shared with its people, it must also be sustained through a complex system of mutual trust and understanding with external investors. Reversing the economic legacy of our country's bitter past is imperative, but government must also be mindful of the greater global economy in which our country plays a vital role and which instability in our mining sector does not bode well. We need to make sure that we take a researched and corruption-free approach to this ministry, something which Minister Zwane seems to have completely ignored, or rather chooses to ignore, at the peril of South Africa's economy and of jobs at large. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honourable Kaula.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Mother Africa is blessed with an abundance of mineral and natural resources which can sustain the continent without any reliance on outside help whatsoever. It is estimated that South Africa alone still has in her bellies around 400 million tons of gold that are amenable to profitable extraction, still has 160 million tons of high-grade ore, which is also accessible, and so on and so forth. The mining sector is one of the biggest employers in South Africa, also contributing the biggest percentage to the country's GDP. The sad part is that African leaders, including South Africa, get so consumed in self-enrichment to the detriment of the entire populace of human nature in their countries. It is only in Africa where you get situations of heads of states who have residences in Europe, Asia, or anywhere else in the world. They use state resources to fly in and fly out at the end of the day to their luxurious residences outside the continent. Africa's mineral resources caused a scramble for Africa from particularly the European countries in the past 4 or 5 centuries. They came in, colonized Africa, and shipped the riches to faraway destinations for themselves. After liberation, those in power still get locked up in the same mentality. The resources are looted in collaboration with their associates, families, and friends, and the citizens are only getting the crumbs of what was there. This has to stop. An effective and sound AU is an AU that will put an end to these misfortunes, not an AU that will be used to promote people who will use it as a ladder for their self-advancement in abuse of the name transformation. Speaking at the Gordon Institute for Business Science last night, this is what the Deputy President of South Africa said, and I quote, "Apartheid colonialism wreaked havoc on many South Africans, not only through the denial of democracy, but also through the dispossession of the majority of South Africans. The call for people to share in the wealth of the country was essentially a call for radical economic transformation," close quote. He went on to say, "We now know that some highly paid PR specialists contrived a plan to use terms such as radical economic transformation and white monopoly capital, essentially to launch a publicity offensive in defense of their clients, and we all know who their clients are," close quote. And he concluded, open quote, "We should not be distracted or even sidetracked by the misuse of the term. What we need to do is to go beyond slogans, is to go to the heart of the matter and look what needs to be done to redress the imbalances of the past," close quote. How good, Babu Ramaphosa. It's a pity you are in the ANC. Honourable Minister, the IFP has always supported transformation It may be transformation of our social order, transformation of structural arrangement in the economy. The point is that a post-liberation era requires transformation. But transformation should not amount to a smash and grab like Honorable Ramaphosa was warning. The IFP's own warning is that transformation should not mean enriching the cadres of the ANC to the total disregard of everybody else in the country. The policies aimed at transforming the economy should be directed at benefiting the previously disadvantaged South Africans, irrespective of political ideology. The department should be going all out to assist the mining sector, like the platinum mining sector, for example, which is under great strain. Research suggests that by 2025, job losses in the mining sector will be around 200,000. This can be avoided in a properly focused department, properly focused economy with a stable political landscape. In conclusion, Chair, it is a pity that under the governance of the current administration in South Africa, in the words of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, and I quote, dignity has shuffled off the stage of politics following the quiet exit of integrity. I thank you, Chair.
I thank you, sir. The Honorable Mlambo.
The Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, Special Delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mining is an integral part of the South African economy. It was instrumental in the development of key national infrastructure and much of the rail, ports, pipelines, essential services, and roads came as a result of the economic activity of mining, and one of the best examples in this regard remains the city of Johannesburg, Moketswangteng, which was literally built on the back of the mining industry. However, mining has always been a risky occupation for both employers and employees. For employers, they view mining as a discount business where over time investors would expect and demand a higher return on average to account for the risks they take in the sector. For employees, the greatest risk is lack of safety standards. Except for the small proportion working in head offices and the like, miners don't choose where to live and work. It's the location of the ore body that determines that. In that sense, become a miner involves for many sacrifice, including giving up the familiarity of one's original home comforts. In South Africa, most mines do what is called deep level mining, which means minerals are extracted at depth greater than 1,000 feet. This kind of mining exposes one to even more risks, and none are more exposed than the people sent underground on a daily basis. Due to the depths and narrowness of the ore bone, to date, very little mechanization has taken place in deep-level mining in South Africa. Instead, drilling and blasting methods have historically been used in South Africa narrow reef, hard rock mining for gold, platinum, and chrome. Working conditions are generally considered to be harsh, with abrasive rock, steep gradients, and seismicity, and with increasing depth, the virgin rock temperature continues to rise. Consequently, due to sheer numbers of people involved and the risk of seismic activity at this depth, it has inevitably led to deaths. According to the statistics that you recently released, Minister, there is still an unacceptable number of fatalities at our mines. However, these fatalities had come down from 77 in 2015 to 73 in 2016, which represents 5% reduction. The major contributors to these fatalities were gold mines with 30 and platinum mines with 27. These are followed by coal mines with 5 and other mines such as diamond, chrome, copper, and iron ore with 12. Even though is a reduction in fatalities, we should still be worried because one death is one too many. As we speak, 3 miners, Ms. Yvonne Mnesi, Ms. Priti Mabuza, and Mr. Solomon Nyarenda remain missing following the accident at the Vantage Goldfields Lele mine near Barberton on the 5th February 2016. What is worrying is the fact that these fatalities happened despite existing measures and legislation such as Mine Health and Safety Act. The legislation was promulgated to provide for protection of the health and safety of employees and other persons at mines, and that purpose to promote a culture of health, provide for enforcement of health and safety measures, to provide for appropriate system of employee, employer, and state participation in health and safety matters, to establish a representative tripartite institutions to review legislation, promote health, and enhance properly targeted research, to provide for effective monitoring systems and inspections, investigations, and inquiries to improve health and safety, to promote training and human resource development, to regulate employers and employees' duties to identify hazards and eliminate, control, and minimize the risk to health and safety, to entrench the right to refuse to work in dangerous conditions, to give effect to the public international law obligations of the Republic relating to mine health and safety, and to provide for matters connected therewith. The Mine Health and Safety Inspectorate of the Department of Mineral Resources is tasked with the enforcement of the law, and department has drawn enforcement guidelines to this effect. The guideline explains the hierarchy of enforcement by means of an illustration which indicates the enforcement steps to be taken. The first step is information and education and entails general creating of awareness and educate employees on the risk posed by their activities and operations and the control measures to be implemented to eliminate or mitigate the risk. The second enforcement level identified is the withdrawal of exemption, permission, or approval in terms of the Act, provided that an exemption was issued in the first place. The third enforcement level is the issuing of notices in terms of Section 54 or 55 of the Act, which basically means suspension of the operation of the mine pending investigation. The fourth enforcement level is an administrative fine followed by prosecution if applicable. The last 2 enforcement levels mentioned in the guidelines is the suspension of a competency certificate and the suspension or cancellation of the mining license. On the face of this guideline is foolproof, however, the fatalities still happen, which then begs the question, where is the problem? Is it the lack of correct and consistent practical implementation of the law, or just pure incapacity in the department? The Mine Health and Safety Council, which consists of tripartite between business, labor, and government, have set what is called milestones until 2024. One of these milestones is zero harm. Although this is appreciated, my worry, Minister, is about time frame, 2024. Why can't we target zero harm immediately? The Health and Safety Council should take a look at health after the mine, which is often ignored. This is a serious problem to too many residents living around close mines in Johannesburg, that is the Witwatersrand. There has been a lot of media coverage of Johannesburg's acid mine water drainage, but much less has been said about a century-old problem that is also reaching crisis proportion, the toxic dust that spirals off mine dumps and affects the health of communities nearby. The West Rand District Municipality is the worst hit by the mining dust problem, with sufferers on every corner. In summer, the dust is partially suppressed by rain, but at the arid end of winter, it can interfere with one's vision. We are now approaching July and August, windy season, and this problem will exacerbate. Another issue that must be looked into seriously, Minister, is the living conditions of mine workers. Many still live in shacks and others in informal settlement with dirty roads that are uneven and difficult to negotiate. Access to electricity, water, and sanitation is still insufficient for most residents, nearly non-existent for many. I hope the revised mining charter deals extensively with these shortcomings. The third issue I want to raise is the social responsibility of the mining houses.
You are wrapping up.
Thank you, ma'am. Mining operations are often located in remote and underdeveloped areas and therefore have to contribute to the sustainable development of these communities. In the past, mines have not paid attention to their communities, resulting in many towns becoming ghost towns when the mining operation closed. Even today, there are still many villages surrounding mines that are still ravaged by poverty. They sit on wealth, yet they are poor. As the ANC, we support this budget vote with the hope that and believe that it will help the government to resolve this and other mining-related issues that are still persistent in our communities. The mines must be there to empower our people, not to have and leave them with unbearable problems. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Taylor.
The United Democratic Movement takes note of the new mining charter with anticipation, and we hope that it is done in good faith for the people of South Africa as a whole. We also note that there may be legal challenges from those who may resist change and want to sustain the status quo. In this regard, we place it at the doorsteps of the department and ministry to ensure that all that is which is done according to the law. The UDM will not enter on the inter-ruling party fray, either then registering its disappointment. Instead, the UDM would demand that the department and ministry do at least two things urgently. Firstly, we need a comprehensive account of progress, if any, that has been made with regard to the implementation of the previous mining charter. What are the lessons learned, and how has such lessons directed the ministry to come up with a new charter? This account must include steps to be taken to assist the intended beneficiaries, the poor black people with access to capital, and also what will be done to avoid the selling of mining rights to the already rich and to the foreign individuals, as we have experienced in the past. It is important that South Africans, and in particular the immediate communities, are not hoodwinked to celebrate a new charter, yet government is not able to comprehensively demonstrate with empirical evidence that the targets of the previous charter have been met, and therefore the new will also be realized. Secondly, Armed with the above account, government must consult with people of South Africa and report to them on the previous mining charter and on the contents of the new charter. If the new charter is about the people of South Africa, let them know it, contribute to its development, and let them articulate and own it. Let the citizens be armed with the monitoring evaluation tools which they can use to monitor and to evaluate its implementation and detect any diversion of the benefits of the charter to the private bottomless pockets of the connected political elite and their associates. Chairperson, we must guard against populist grandstanding at expense of the vulnerable, of the poorest of the poor. In this regard, whilst we know that the new money charter with anticipation will insist that it must be in good faith, we also wish to remind the department of the issues surrounding the non-participation or payment of provident funds to some former mine workers. This matter has been long overdue and has to be resolved once and for all. The UDM calls on the Minister to put clear timeframes that will not exceed 2 financial years for the settlement of this matter. Also, lastly, we also note the non-payment of the disabled people who got sick in mines. We know the projects that are in different provinces, but do these people benefit? If you go to the villages, you find that these people do not benefit. Now, who do these projects benefit, Minister? That is a question we need to ask. I know there's one in OR Tam, as you said, there's one in Amatola, but does it benefit those people? Go to the villages of Bizana, Lusigisigi, you get these poor people there without a cent, dying with their money. Some of their monies, Minister, are in financial institution. You would remember, Chairperson, the case of the TRTC people where their funds were kept in the financial institution so that they must die and those monies go to the pockets of the well-being. So we ask you to please investigate and help these poor people. That's why you're a minister not of what the honorable member is saying, ANC, you are Minister of South Africa. Deal with South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Julius.
Chairperson, members, Minister, members in the gallery, including my son, Rivaldo, South Africans at large. Chairperson, ensuring that this budget is spent well by this department, one must also look at how capable its leadership is. Corruption and greed crept into our government departments, and this is actually hampering the delivery of its mandate. The question that we need to ask ourselves is whether the minister can be trusted to use this budget to benefit ordinary South Africans. Chairperson, it's alleged that this minister started his relationship with the Gupta family since he was the MEC for Agriculture in the Free State, Honorable Buddhi, when assisting the family to acquire government dairy farm project for millions of rands, as illustrated by Honorable Labuskaghni. Now, the lead Gupta emails now revealed that this family had significant control over this project. A lie has short legs, but it runs faster than the truth. It also seems to prove that the minister was rewarded for this assistance when the Gupta family afterwards paid for his India trip in October 2016 with his squire. You must let
Honorable
the Free State
Julius.
Legislature...
Honorable Julius, please take your seat. Honorable Mthethwa.
Can I ask a member to take a question?
Honorable Julius, would you take a question? Are you taking a question? sir?
I'm really tempted, Chairperson, but I'm on a roll now, man. Sorry.
No, sir.
No. You must let the Free State Legislature, when indicating that you paid for this trip out of your own pocket. A lie has short legs, but it runs faster than the truth. You also failed to declare this sponsored trip, These are very serious contraventions of the law and certainly not in line with ethical behavior. These leaked emails even show that the list was sent from your email address detailing which members should share a room and which guests must get their own rooms. Chairperson, we have seen this reckless statement by this minister when he said that Cabinet approved recommendations that the committee was set up to probe the 4 biggest lenders in the country after they indicated that they would not do business with the Guptas anymore. It is thus fair for me to suspect that our mining minister is actually a zama for the Guptas. A lie has short legs, but it runs faster than the truth. Honorable Labaskagni, I suspect that the mining charter was actually written by the Guptas themselves. The leaked emails show...
Honorable Julius, please take your seat. Honorable Chief Whip.
I'm rising on a point of order that the honorable member makes a statement that is false in the House, which he knows, a statement that he knows fully well that is false, to define the minister as a zama for the other. So it's incorrect.
Honorable Julius. Order. No, take your seat, Honorable Esak. Honorable Julius, the point is that the minister is not a zamazam.
Chairperson, can I respond quickly to that? Can I repeat what I said? I said I suspect that our mining minister is a zama for the Guptas. It's a suspicion. I didn't say he is. I suspect him. He can prove me wrong, Honorable Moai.
Okay. Honorable Esaka is still insisting. Please.
Chairperson, the leak emails
Honorable
also
Julius, Honorable Mutashuping.
Chairperson, relevance to the topic because we are not discussing the minister here. The topic is not about the minister, the topic is about the vote. So may he please stick the relevance of the matter that he's addressing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I cannot sustain order. Order. I cannot sustain that point of order. It's a debate. It's a debate. Honorable members, you are public property. Order. Order. You are public property, honorable members. What you do, what you say, as soon as you assume public responsibility, gets dragged in. So that is why we say, even in this house, behave, because tomorrow your children will be debating about you. Proceed, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Also, the minister, the leaked emails showed that the minister traveled with the Guptas to Switzerland in December 2015. In May 2016, you replied to a parliamentary question that this was an official trip. These leaked emails show otherwise. A lie has short legs, but it runs faster than the truth. Minister, the hydrogeological assessment of acid mine drainage in Randfontein was done years ago by various researchers. It started in 2007 already. I know why you are interested now. It is the mineral deposits and also your project on nuclear. I know why you're doing it. We are following the money, Minister. Why don't you look at the zamas in Randfontein? They are all over the show. You never mentioned once about that. Chairperson, in any normal democracy in the world, at least some arrest would have been made would have been the order of the day. Why people implicated in this leaked emails are not arrested is certainly worrying. Minister, there's also the aid you allegedly provide for this family to land at Waterkloof. This is now proven in the leaked emails. Chairperson, it is the same family that ordered black waiters to wash themselves before they could serve the same wedding guests. They basically implied that black people in South Africa stink and they do not wash. But worst of all, the ANC still supported it and attended this wedding. What a shame. You were there, you saw what happened and you kept quiet. Why? Chairperson, Many ANC ministers and high-ranked officials visited the Saxon World compound in the past years. They must have seen the bodyguards that were referred to as monkeys there.
Honorable Julius, please take your seat, Honorable Mteto.
You must also tell the public that Helen Zille also visited the sex hospital.
Thank you, sir, but that is not a point of order. Please proceed.
Chairperson, the Guptas referred to the bodyguards as monkeys. How can you, allow this family to come and insult our people, take our resources, and still do not want to employ black waitresses? The Guptas refuted this claim, but a lie has short legs, but it runs faster than the truth. Honorable Buti, the Mandela wannabe, I agree with the Deputy President, and I think Honorable Nyambi, you can also come in with this one after this. I agree with the Deputy President, and I paraphrase him. He says, you must use radical economic transformation to hide issues from issues such as state capture. And the Guptas, your own ANC Deputy President said it, it's not me. And I want to tell South Africans, give the DA a chance in 2019 to take over government and lease your vote to us for 5 years. Give us an opportunity to uncover the lies from inside government so that it can ensure that your tax money is spent on you and your future and the future of our children. For now, Chairperson, we cannot trust that this budget is in the right hands. It's actually in the hands of the Guptas that the minister brought in to do that dirty work, looting our state. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Nyambi.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable, through you, Chairperson, I'll single out Honorable Puti. It's one of those that were with us when we had the pre-visit of taking Parliament to the people from the first day to the last day. That is why I'll commend you for that. And highlighting that, Honorable Minister, out of what was done by Honorable Puti and the new DG and the DM, to avail yourself at the select committee sometimes will assist the committee to minimize some of the challenges that we experience by the select committee. So if you are not there, the new DG must make it a point that is there at the select committee, because that is making the life of the select committee to be much more easier. The biggest communication problem is that sometimes as honorable members, we do not listen to understand. We just listen to reply. And that's problematic, especially if something has been prepared for you. Having listened to the debate carefully, I am led to say that we need to remind ourselves what's the purpose of mineral resources budget vote. It is meant to promote and regulate the minerals and mining sector for transformation, growth, and development. It is meant to ensure that all South Africans derive sustainable benefits from the country's mineral wealth. This must be done against the backdrop of a mining sector and industry that has faced decline and an economy that is struggling to produce the required growth levels to deal with poverty, unemployment, and equality. The budget vote speech, which introduced the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, outlined some favorable trends that could result in a somehow higher growth in the coming year. These include the recent rebound in the commodity prices, fewer industrial disputes, and an increase in the available supply of electricity. These are all useful for the mining sector, but they are centered by increasing cost of capital and stores and by the levels of perceived uncertainty in the industry that still surrounds the regulatory framework for mining. Whilst the projected rate of economic growth falls well short of the goals of the NDP, total employment in mining, for example, instead of increasing as
anticipated fell by more than 5%. Between the adoption of the NDP in 2012 and 2016, the revival and promotion of the mining sector is crucial if South Africa is to reduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality. So to ensure certainty in addressing the perceived uncertainty in the industry, 4 legislative policy objectives for the year are envisaged, these being the completion of the amendment bill to the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act that we're dealing with, the amendment of the Mine Health and Safety Act, the legislative establishment of the Petroleum Agency of South Africa, and the legislative establishment of the African Exploration, Mining, and Finance Corporation. With regards to the Mineral and Petroleum Development Amendment Bill, we in the NCOP have to take specific responsibility for this. We know that what happened at the end of the 4th Parliament in 2014, and it is a lesson that we should never have to process such critical legislation on the eve of elections when the amount of time we know that is required to process critical legislation through the NCOP cycle requires huge resources and time. The adjusted bill presently with us will be completed by the NCOP in the 3rd term. We are well aware, and it's common cause, that delays in the finalization of the MPRDA has resulted in uncertainties in the mining sector, and that the finalization of this legislation will improve the investment climate in the mining sector. As this is a policy budget vote, as the ANC, we need to say that the key strategic policy priority of this vote, as emphasized in the 2017 State of the Nation address, is to finalize changes to the legislation and regulation for minerals and petroleum that have been work in progress since 2010. In addition, the department has to implement the policy of transformation in the mining sector. That is a matter of must, honorable members, which is a real 2-step forward, 1-step backward process. Of course, we are aware that this will be the case where there are substantive vested interest. But we need to all understand and appreciate that what the ANC is building is a future national democratic society whose democracy is shared and enjoyed through the participation of the masses of our people we are representing in this August House. That is non-racial in its character. That is engendered, and especially in terms of this budget vote, is prosperous for the majority who reside within the borders of our beloved South Africa. In addition, when the ANC conceived the 9-point economic plan at its January 2015 NEC Lekgotla, it placed the department as the lead department for Operation Phakisa in mining, including aspects of ocean economy Phakisa. This is significance which we should treat this budget vote. Honorable members, I will be failing if I don't inspire confidence to a young person like Ronaldo, who's here to watch the father misrepresenting young people of South Africa. You know, the temptation when we are here and the young one is watching you, it's always to present facts. The last time I was here, I said it's always important to give credit where it's due. When I started, I said, Honorable Minister, avail yourself and the DG in the committee. It's because that's what we expect to do as a committee. It means I'm not one-sided. And when things are correct, we must say things are correct. But we can't demonize everything. Honorable Mtimunye, when he was here, he represented us by reading a letter that was penned by Honorable Madam Zille, who's embracing colonialism, when he was thanking the Guptas by giving DA 200,000. When you were here, I thought of what was said by Gandhi, the blunders that will lead to violence in this world, politics without principle, Honorable Julius. knowledge without character. If you are a politician, you must have principle. You can't be selective when talking about the Guptas. You must criticize the wrongs because we're not going to condone anything. That is why, as African National Congress, we are very clear about what we represent and what we stand for. And you must also include the leader of your DA who's embracing colonialism,
Honorable Nyambi.
who prays.
Honorable Nyambi, please take your seat. Brana Faba.
Chairperson, I would like to know if the honourable member would take a question from me.
Will you take a question, Honorable Nyambi?
Hopefully it's going to be a relevant question. I'm ready to take a question.
Very relevant.
He is ready. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the honourable member was now talking about the relevance and he was talking about the involvement with the Guptas. My question that Honourable Chair, can I be...
Order. Order. I will be the
Sorry,
judge.
Member, but you're not the chief whip anymore, please.
Order. Address
Chair.
me.
Yes, yes. Chairperson, through you, I would like to know if the Guptas and Honourable President Zuma is involved in corruption, then does the ANC not also act upon that? Are they not the same? Or I just ask a question, is Mr.
No.
Zuma and the ANC in two different camps?
Honorable Nyambi, you are free to answer, but that question is all over.
That is why, Honorable, through you, Honorable Chairperson, when I said he must ask a question, I wanted the public to know. I wanted to expose yourself. You expose your ignorance. You can't even have a single correct question. You just stood up hoping that I will say, I'm not ready to answer you. And you expose your ignorance. Shame on you, Honorable Faba. You know, this year we are celebrating
Honorable
OR
Nyambi,
Tambo.
there's Honorable Julius on his feet. Honorable Julius.
Chairperson, I just want to know whether it's parliamentary for the not so vibrant speaker on the podium to call that another member that is ignorant. He just said it. I just want your ruling on that.
Honorable Julius, last time I checked. Order. You know, members, you make it very difficult for us to rule. Honorable Julius, that word the last time I checked was not on the list of unparliamentary lexicon. So, please proceed.
Through you, Honorable Chairperson, I think by now, the beautiful, handsome Rivaldo sitting Kukalari is hoping if Honorable Nyambi was my father, instead of having Honorable Julius. Honorable Minister, the issue of Zamazama is still a challenge because we are losing a lot of people in our country. We can't postpone the transformation of the mining sector. And we're talking about meaningful transformation that will be sustainable. And that is the focus of the African National Congress. The revised charter has to respond adequately to the National Development Plan and the intentions of the 9-point plan and 2017 State of the Nation Address. Anything less will not be transformation, Honorable Minister. Let me, before concluding, quote the father of our revolution, the late president, the person who was celebrating this year OR, open quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won, until our country is free and happy and peaceful as part of the community of men, we can rest," close quote. We are supporting this budget vote, Minister. We are not supporting it because we are ANC, but we are supporting it because we support the transformation that we have resolved as an African National Congress. Ngaphambi kokuba ngiyohlala phasi angikusho ukuthi lana ngikhulele khona nenja lehungukile ayikwati kusukela gandaganda wesigulumba lomile angahambi imkhongotsi kukhongotswa gandaganda lohambako lemile tiyayichamela ngiyabonga.
Thank you. The Honorable Order. The Honorable the Minister.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Let me acknowledge
Order.
all the inputs by all the members and thank the members who supported the budget vote and also acknowledge those who didn't. I think that is their right. Acknowledge the criticism that were leveled against the department, positive criticisms, of course. We will go back and beef up ourselves and become better and better as moving forward. The request by the speaker from UDM is welcomed. We are going to Umtata on Monday on Imbizo, and the member is welcomed. If he is available, we have done it before, invited by the members in this house. The member from IFP can attest to that. We do work together with you in solving the problems of the people of South Africa, irrespective of which party you come from. We will continue to do that because we take at heart and the interest of the people of South Africa. The mining charter, as criticized by some of the members here, I think we must just raise a point that we thought we are very reasonable in asking for the workers who constitute all these parties that are here decent standards of housing, provision for social and economic integrated human settlement, affordable, equitable, and sustainable health system, proper nutrition requirements and standards. I believe we are very reasonable. We have also just moved from 26 to 30%, and is not the only charter. That is actually 30%. The charter on tourism is actually amongst the first charters to move to 30%, and nobody said anything. And in this 30%, we are simply saying, unlike before, 8% must go to workers from Eastern Cape. The workers that have not benefited anything in mining, only the minority who happens to be white. It's a fact. We are saying the communities also must actually benefit, and communities constitute of all the parties who are here. They do not consist of ANC alone. And we are saying the entrepreneurs, 14%, and we want to say it in this house so that we can be measured on it. We will constitute a database of all the people of South Africa and will make it available for your scrutiny for as long as they are black and South Africans. Whether we know them or we do not know them, a criterion will be set out which all of us can actually see what we are doing, and we are ready to come frequently and report in terms of the progress of this mining charter. We request cooperation from all the members. We will work together with all of you, and we want to thank you for the cooperation and assistance. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Minister, the Honorable Nyambi did raise a matter twice. The truth is that he's putting it nicely. We had a very uncomfortable discussion this morning at programming. We would appreciate that in future, not just the CFO, the accounting officer, because when we want to deal with issues of policy and issues of monies, we want the executive authority, that is yourself, the accounting officer, that is the DG. The committees of the NCOP are beginning to think that they are being taken for granted. And that is why the discussion this morning was unpleasant, because we had to discuss for the first time in programming whether or not we were cancelling this vote. So I do trust that we will be taken seriously and that will not repeat itself. But I want to thank you, Minister, for availing yourself today. Honorable members, you are requested to remain standing until we have left.